Emma Roderick.
Here.
Vice President Thomas P. Welch III.
Here.
Counselor Terry Flynn.
Here.
Counselor Christopher M. Logan.
Here.
Counselor M. Teresa Santos. Counselor Dennis B. Tarano.
Here.
Counselor Barbara A. Von Villick. We have a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Let's get started. We're going to go into executive session first. So let me just read that in. Number one, executive session pursuant to provisions of Rhode Island General Law, Sections 4246-2, 4246-4, and 4246-5A. Number five, land acquisition. Number two, litigation, which is the opioid litigation. Number one, personnel, Public Works Director. And number one, collective bargaining, FOP. Review, discuss, and/or potential action and/or vote in executive session and/or open session.
Motion to recess open session and reconvene in executive session.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Ma'am, we're gonna have to ask you to step out if you don't mind. We have our executive sessions in here.
opt in to the opioid litigation. To ratify appointment of Bob Hanley,
Second.
the DPW director.
Second.
Motion is second to ratify the appointment of DPW Director Bob Hanley.
Aye.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion. Police.
Second.
We have a motion is second for Paul and Tom to negotiate with the police department. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion to seal the minutes.
Second.
Motion to seal the executive session minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion is second to reconvene. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, number 2. Public forum pursuant to Rule 25 of the Rules of the Council. Citizens may address the town on one subject only. Said subject of substantive town business, neither discussed during the regular meeting nor related to personnel or job performance. Citizens may speak for no longer than 5 minutes and must submit a public participation form from the council clerk prior to the start of the meeting. All items discussed during this session will not be voted upon. And we do have someone that would like to speak. Allison Quay. Just real quick, Allison, your name and address for the
Mr.
record.
President, I'm recusing.
Yes, ma'am. Council Clerk, please note, Council Flynn's recusing from this. Allison, just your name and address, and I'm going to ask Peter a question, okay?
Sure. Allison Quay, here for Terry Flynn. My office is in Memorial Boulevard in Newport.
Okay. So Allison wants to talk about, and we don't typically don't, I don't typically don't make a speech during a public forum, but I just kind of want to lay a little groundwork there. So we received this is in reference to the Flynn's property on Warren Avenue, after we received the report about the investigation and from Maria. And so Peter had sent me an email or a text or called me and said, hey, you know, what do you want to do with this? You want to let her talk? And it's very hard not to let anybody talk, just so you know, because that's never a good thing when you don't let people talk. But I just want to make sure legally that we were okay with that, and it didn't put the town and ours in a bad position. So
Yeah,
I just wanted Peter to say what he told me so that everyone's aware of what he said to me, Allison, that's all.
And just so, to be clear, what I spoke to you about, I spoke with Allison about.
Yep.
That I had some concerns that because she's here representing Councilwoman Flynn and her husband, and because Councilwoman Flynn is a current member of the council, that it might not be appropriate under the Code of Ethics for her to appear without getting a hardship letter from the Ethics Commission. I know that Ms. Quay has a different opinion on that, and
I do.
and lawyers often disagree on things of that sort, so that was the discussion that we had. In my opinion, it's not appropriate, but ultimately, that's the decision that the person appearing or the member of the public body has to make on their own, and so I've made my position known, and Ms. Quay has made her counter position known, and that's where we are.
Okay. Did you have a question, Mrs.
Yes, I have
Mrs.
two
Sam?
questions. Thank
Okay,
you.
go right ahead, ma'am.
Is the attorney going to be entitled to only 5 minutes? Or are you going to?
5 minutes like everyone else. It's
Okay.
public participation, there's rules of the council, we're going to follow those rules.
And should Mr. Flynn be in the audience, or is he entitled to be?
He's a citizen like
Okay,
anyone else, he
thank you.
can certainly sit in the audience.
Well, that was questions that were put to me the last time.
Okay,
So,
yep,
thank you.
he has every right to sit there.
Thank
I
you.
believe Councilwoman Flynn has every right to sit in the audience as well.
Yep, she does. Go right ahead, Allison. Just your name and address for the record, please, one more time.
Allison Quay, here on behalf of Terry and Michael Flynn.
Okay.
Address at 55 Memorial Boulevard, Suite 5 in Newport, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
And I understand the agenda was full tonight, which is why we're not on the regular meeting agenda, so I will keep my comments within the 5 minutes allowed. And I've submitted a written response to the council as well. And I just want to take this opportunity to respond to the investigatory report given by Maria Deaton on November 15th regarding the tax assessment of the property at Warren Avenue owned by the Flynn's. Now, although we agree with the ultimate conclusions and the findings of fact in the report, it's important to point out some of the misstatements and inaccuracies within that report. First, we want to make it clear that the Flynn's were willing to cooperate and answer questions. Councilwoman Flynn did respond directly to Maria Deaton in an email, and I invited her to ask us specific questions that we would respond to, and that opportunity was not taken by Ms. Deaton. And we also want to note that until the report was submitted, we were under the impression that the investigatory report was to be taken on the town departments and the overall process to be used and how to fix that process. And it wasn't until the 15th that we found out that the investigatory report was to investigate only Councilwoman Flynn and only her actions. We want to point out that the report states that the Flynn's became general contractors to this project. And it implies or suggests that therefore the Flynn's had a responsibility to close out all of the permits taken, and it implies that the assessment was on hold because this wasn't done. The Flynn's are not general contractors. Like any homeowners, they designed a long-term project that they funded over the years, and they had many building permits pulled. The majority of them were pulled by their contractors, although some were pulled by the Flynn's. What Maria Deaton stated in her presentation, but failed to make clear in the report, that there are literally thousands of permits open within this town and in other surrounding communities in the exact same position, pulled by contractors and homeowners, that have not been closed out. And this shows that there's a flaw in the system and the procedures in place, and that this needs to be addressed, but this is not the fault or the responsibility of the Flynn's. I also want to point out that the tax assessor did an on-site inspection and found that the project was only 80% complete. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for all of the permits to be closed at that point. So while the report says that there are questions remaining about the open permits, all of this information was available through the town, and so it's unclear to us what questions are remaining. It also hints, the report hints that the static annual report or the value of the property sparks further inquiry. But it disregards the fact that the property is valued as a whole. So it's not just this project. When you're assessing it, you assess the property as a whole. And so not only did the tax assessor find that the property was only 80% complete in the project, but indicated that the original structure is in disrepair and in need of major renovations, thereby lowering the value of the entire property. So here, the Flynn's used their legal right to appeal their tax assessment. They applied for permits for every aspect of their building project. They followed all of the procedures that were put in place by the town that any normal citizen would follow. And so the insinuation and the questions in the report findings are simply unfair and inflammatory, and they contradict the actual findings of the report. You know, this process started on April 5th when a resident complained that the taxes were low on this property. Once the tax assessor was notified, they found an issue, they identified it, they fixed it. It should have ended there. Instead, without any evidence of wrongdoing, a report was made to the state police. The state police investigated. They found conclusively that no crime was committed, that the Flynn's did nothing wrong. And that report was on June 7th. It could have ended there, and it should have. Instead, the town conducted a private investigation at taxpayer expense, not to investigate the procedures and the policies of the town boards and officials and departments, but investigate Councilwoman Flynn herself for the same issues that the state police had already investigated and already cleared her on. Nothing was learned from this report that was not known in April.
Allison, just wrap it up, please.
30 seconds, I will. The Flynn's have been dragged through this process the entire time, unfairly and unnecessarily. There was a problem in the tax assessor's office, it was noticed, it was fixed, and that's all. It was a mistake, and it should have ended in April when that was found. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to ordinance number 3. An ordinance to the Town of Middletown, first reading, an ordinance amendment to the Town Code of the Town of Middletown, Title 3, Administration, Chapter 34, Taxes, Section 34.70, Tax Classification System.
Motion to receive said ordinance on its first reading.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to receive the ordinance on its first reading and discussion. Peter?
Yes, yes, Mr. President, so at the request of the council, we worked with the assessor and with the administrator to prepare a draft ordinance that would provide for a change in the town's tax classification system. Currently, the town has 4 classes of property: residential, commercial, tangible personal property, and motor vehicles. This ordinance would subdivide the residential class into owner and non-owner occupied properties, which is allowed under state law. And state law specifically allows you to do one of 2 things in that residential category: a homestead exemption, or in lieu of a homestead exemption, to split that residential class into 2 rates for owner and non-owner occupied properties. And that's what this ordinance does. It also, the draft ordinance lays out the fact that anyone seeking the owner-occupied rate would need to apply for that rate on an annual basis, walks through the process of applying for that rate with the assessor's office, and in doing that, we try to sort of track some of the language that we have on some of the other exemptions, and whether applying for senior exemptions, et cetera. The other thing I would point out is that under state law, we can change our tax classification system, just change or modify the classes of property whenever we do a reval. So typically every 3 years. If we were to put this into effect for the coming fiscal year, since it's a non-reval year, we would need enabling legislation or approval from the state to do that. So along with the draft ordinance, we did prepare a draft resolution asking the legislature to approve enabling legislation that would allow us to adopt this, if it's the council's desire, in an off year. So that would allow the opportunity to do this for this upcoming fiscal year if the council so chose to do so. And then in terms of the rates, the ordinance does not set what the difference in rate would be between owner and non-owner occupied property. That's something that the council would determine, as it does with the other rates. But the rate can't, as with all the rates, one rate can't be more than 50% more than any of the other rates in the system.
So, and Terry had brought this up, and the idea behind this is that as we become more of a second home community, we're trying to find ways to generate revenue and to lessen the burden on our full-time residents. So, having said that, this would generate revenue, but that revenue that it generates would be offset by potentially how much we could reduce our full-time residents' tax
Yeah,
rate by.
exactly.
And that's what this is about.
Yeah.
It's about, became a revenue idea at first, I believe, and then it's kind of turned into, well, we can raise X amount if people that don't live here full-time. And then we looked at it and said, well, we could, Sean actually looked at it and said, we could take that money and offset our residents, full-time residents' tax rate. So that's what this is about. And Peter's given us, we have to make that in the form of an ordinance. If it passes, I don't see why it wouldn't. That's just me. But that's the intention of this tax classification ordinance, just kind of put it in, not in lawyers' terms, but in layman's terms, you know? So that's not a shot at you, Peter. It's just want to make sure everyone understands
no
it,
offense
okay?
taken.
Does any councilors have any questions? Mrs. Sanos?
Thank you, sir. Now, if I understand this correctly, if I were to I own my own home, and on top of that, I would own 3 or 4 extra rental properties. possibly my home that I live in full-time, I would see a tax reduction. But the homes that I rent, there would be an increase. They would be taxed at a different rate. Am I correct in reading this right?
You are correct.
So we would have a different rate for owner-occupied and a different tax rate for anyone who has one or two more rental properties.
For a non-owner occupied property. So
For non-owner.
if I live in my primary residence and I have another rental property another property I own across the street that I rent out, that house across the street would have the non-owner occupied rate, and I would be able to apply and receive the owner occupied rate in the house in which I reside.
With one question with that, if the rental of the other properties are full-time, they're not short-term rentals, they are year-round, would that make a difference?
No, no. If it's rented for, the way this ordinance drafted, if it's rented for any portion of the year, then that would be a non-owner occupied.
Regardless of year-round or short-term?
Yes,
Yeah, those are income-generating properties.
Okay,
correct.
all right, just
Yep.
to make myself
Dennis?
clear.
Yeah, just along those lines. I mean, I think there's state law that allows residents to rent out a portion of their house for a period of time. So to put in here that you cannot rent your primary residence out is going against, I believe, state law. So you have the ability to rent a room in your home. So if you rent, the way this reads is if you rent a room in your house, whether it be for one day or for a year, you are not considered a full-time resident. And I don't think that.
It's not,
I
the
don't
way
think
it's
that's-
drafted, it's not considered to be an owner-occupied property.
Right. So I don't think that should be in there. I think we need to rethink that a little bit. This is very similar to the homestead, and I know that people say, no, it's not, Dennis. I go, well, sure, it sort of is, because the homestead is giving full-time residents a certain a certain amount off their assessment, which is a full, like $35,000 or $45,000 off the assessment. This is a percentage, okay? So this will be a different rate if you are a full-time resident. So it's very similar, okay? And it's a pretty powerful tool. I do have a question, Peter. How often can we make this change? I mean, is this something every year we could change the mill rate for one and the other?
Would be with every revale.
With
With the new
Every 3
assessment.
years.
So,
Every
but right
three-
now,
so
that's
for-
every 3 years,
So for
right?
example, this past year, you changed the difference between the residential and the commercial rate, if I'm correct. Because it was a reval year, we had
We
the
changed
ability-
the
we had
dollars that were associated with that,
Yes,
But not the split.
but not the split. Not the rate. We changed the dollars that went along with that.
yeah.
I don't know if that's, I think we changed the mill rate. We didn't
changed the mill
change
rate.
the assessment, we changed the mill rate for
No, with the reval, we changed the split between the two, because when we looked at the reval, the value of commercial real estate did not increase at the same level as the residential. So what you ended up having was a shift of tax burden onto the residents, sort of an unnatural amount of shift compared to prior years.
Right.
So the council increased the split a little bit to compensate for that. So that's one piece, and that can happen during the reval years every 3 years. The mill rate changes every year with the budget that's formulated, but the percentage of the split doesn't change.
Exactly. So the percentage of the split between these two classes would be under the same rules. You could
But there's
do
just
that
a
every 3 years, every 3 years during a reval year.
It's very hard to follow if you,
It's
right?
really
For
not.
people,
It's-
no, but people who don't deal with it, I mean, it takes a little bit of explanation. You're changing the rate, right? And you're gonna say, okay, we haven't decided what the rate is. We still have to decide what the split's gonna be. And as soon as we figure that out, from a homestead standpoint, it's very similar, right? You're a resident or you're not a resident, whatever guidelines we put together. Providence has like a 30%, maybe 40% reduction in residential versus non-residents. And that's quite a burden they're putting on the businesses and other non-residents up there. So all the research we've done for years on this does not tout this as a good financial tax model. So to have a major financial impact in separating our community, we got to put a lot of thought into this. If it's a small amount, if there's a small delta, because there's a lot of folks out there say, we need some credit for being a full-time resident here, and I would agree, I'm a full-time resident. But what we found in the Narragansett and Providence and other areas is it should be a token. It shouldn't be a tool to have a vast difference between the tax burden of residents and non-residents. And so I just want to view this as that type of tool, that it's not going to be used to make a 10 to 20 to 30% delta between residents and non-residents, because I don't think that's going to be healthy for our community. And we're trying to resolve a problem, which is affordability in Middletown, and there's some other solutions that are available to us. So I just want to put that on the record.
Okay. Mrs. Flynn?
Just a question for Councilor Toronto. So are you proposing a cap? Like right now, Mr. Solicitor, you said that the rates can have a 50%, can be 50% of difference. So if one's $2, the other one can't be more than $4, or can't be more than $3. Is that true? So if the
I'll leave the math to Sean, but that's the rule, yes. It can't be,
Yes.
There can't be more than a 50% difference between between the classes.
Okay, so are you proposing that be reduced as we discuss this and massage this draft?
Yeah, I'd like to see, some numbers in regards to what the split is. Right now, we just widen the gap between residential and businesses because we felt that there was more of a tax burden put onto the residents. So we said, well, we're not going to let that happen. In essence, we shifted the $500,000 back over to the residents because the current system calculated that. The current system calculated the split between residential and the business created a hardship on the residents. So the council decided, and the town administrator decided to take the mill rate of businesses and move it up so we could take 500 of that back. We're doing the same thing here. We're just going to be shifting the tax burden, and what percentage should that be? That's what we have to find out. And I don't think I think it needs to be a minimal amount. So I think, a 2% or a 3% or a 5% relief for a non-resident is more palatable. What they're doing in Providence, this could go to 40. If you get a council up here who says, we think it should be 40, the way this is written, you could reduce residents' taxes by 40% and push it onto the non-residents and businesses.
Not onto the business.
Well, not the
This
businesses.
is just
I'm sorry.
resident or
Yeah,
non-resident.
I'm sorry, not the businesses. But we could change the businesses too.
So I just, Dennis, I understand what you're saying, but and we did do that because we tried to lessen the burden on the residents when the assessments came back. So, and that's what we did. We're always talking about affordability and trying to make it affordable here for people to live here with the prices and the real estate market. And, you always hear of these homes that are selling for, 30, 40, 50% more than what they're assessed at. So anytime, my opinion, anytime we can cut the resident a break, a full-time resident, I think we should.
And
Not everybody, the majority of the people don't have rental property. They're not in the position to do that or don't desire to do that. So we make decisions for the majority, what's best for the majority of the people, not for the non-majority of people. And that's just the way I look at it. And I think that anytime we could potentially, help the residents and full-time residents and give them a break, hey, I'm one of them too. And it's not getting any cheaper for any one of us, whether we're out there or we sit up here. So I think it's a good proposal. Is it perfect? There's no perfect solution out there. Right. But if it creates some type of relief, and maybe there's more ways, maybe that's not the end of it. I know you have certain proposals you want to talk about and brought up in the past, which we're going to talk about here shortly. So maybe we come at it from different angles. But anytime we can help the residents, I think that's what we do.
Mr. President, just to respond to that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I've been fighting tax. My wife called me that, a tax crier. It's one of the reasons I got into politics, because of the cost of living in Middletown. So I've been a tax crier probably for 6 to 7 years up here. I've been up here almost 5 years, but prior to that, I was even working on tax reform. I think that this is a great leg to the stool. I think it's important. I want to give breaks to the residents, and especially the full-time residents, but it should be a token. There's other things. The problem we have in this town is it's escalation in our assessments in different communities that are being driven up by people, you know, who are building retirement homes here and different homes, which is fine. So we got to find a way not to allow a full-time resident's taxes to go up 20% in 3 years, and it's happening in our town. No one's taxes should go up 20% in 3 years, unless you decide to build a new home here, or you decide to make a major improvement. But if you're just living in your home, and you're just taking day by day, and someone happens to build a big home next to you, why should you be penalized? We have to fix that problem. And if we fix that problem, I think it's going to fix a lot of problems in Middletown. So and we're going to talk about that in a period of time. But I'm all for tax reform. So I want to pass this, but I want to put some guidelines around it for what it's actually supposed to be used for. And I don't think it's to be creating a big gap between residents and non-residents. So I'm just like to see us cap it so it's a moderate amount and not what we're going to, you know, and it can change every year. That doesn't give you predictability. I mean, if you're saying it can only change every 3 years, well, the state wants to do a reassessment of every property every year. So if they change it to every year versus every 3, and it used to be every 9, but now we're down to 3, and they want to go to 1, that means this would be in effect every year. So we just need to be careful.
Antone, did you wanted to speak on this specific item? Not tax reform in general, just this specific item. It is, but we're talking about this split. I don't want you to go off on a tangent with Dennis's tax proposal. Okay, all right. And that's only from past history. That's all I'm saying. It's not a shot at you. I'm just want to make sure we stick to the agenda, because I almost had a real him in.
We threw my program out the window when you voted
Okay.
it down.
But name and address to the record,
Anton
please.
Viveris, 1 Admiralty Drive, apartment 11, Middletown. Actually, we're here because of the non-action taken by previous councils, okay? There was a proposal, as you know, and Dennis knows, that would assess the values and prevent taxes from going up on my neighbor's house, just because I sold my house for $200,000 more than it was worth, and the guy built $1 million house next to it. That wouldn't stop it. Now we're back here again. We talk about how long we've been talking about affordable housing. You raise the taxes on property, it gets passed to the renter. Eventually, the renter can't afford it. You pass it on businesses. Businesses don't pay taxes. What do you like about businesses? Don't pay taxes. They collect taxes, and they add it to their product. And when their product exceeds the ability of the customer to pay for it, they don't buy it. They wind up going out of business, and the town loses the whole ball of wax, as they say. Whatever that business was paying, they lose. I don't know why some people do not want to take or look at a success story and maybe implement it. They have to come up with their own plan. Why? I don't know. Somebody else already did the work on it, and if it's proved out, why don't you accept it? Florida, they've got a homestead exemption. If you qualify, you can get $50,000 off your tax assessment. If I have there's 2 people, $450,000 apiece, I get the assessment, I pay tax on $400. When you increase the tax rate, whatever the percentage is, that rate is charged to that extra $50,000 on the other guy's assessment. As the years go by, the income spreads, the difference spreads. If you're going to take somebody who's lived here all their life and now is retired and move to a warmer climate for the winter, you're going to charge him more taxes? He hasn't taken any any town facility. He has used fire, hasn't used police, He's lived here all his life. He's paid his taxes here. We had an incident a few years ago with Council Lombardi where somebody lived here all their life, but they moved to Florida, lived in Florida, took all the exemptions from Florida, and then decided to come back here, and he argued that he should be given all the discount that somebody who's lived here all their life. And it just seems to me that you're doing this in reverse. Government is the only, well, Council said this isn't a business, this is government. That's why government can do stuff like this, stick their hands in certain people's pockets and take some of their hard-earned money. Because government doesn't have any money until they take it from somebody. The only thing government has to decide is how are they going to take it? And when they don't have enough money, they come up with different ways to circumvent different things. I just don't think it's fair. Somebody lived here all their life, or somebody needs some extra money to pay their taxes, so they rent a room in their house for however long to get the money to pay the taxes and have a decent living. But you want to take that away from them by charging them more in their taxes. And you say, look how compassionate we are. We want to take care of our residents, providing they don't rent their house out to pay their taxes, and they don't move away for the winter time in a warmer place so they can play active all year long. When you're 70-some years old, you don't know how many years you have left, so you want to use them as actively as possible, and you people want to penalize them? Where's your compassion? Where is your compassion for the people, especially the people that lived here all their life? Thank you.
So I'm going to respond to you, Anton, because I sat up here with you for a few years, and I understand your passion for tax relief. And, you know, you made an analogy or cited a hypothetical of, you know, the businesses, and, you know, the businesses can pass it on, but all of a sudden if they can't afford their product, they don't buy it.
Right.
You want to talk about compassion, sir?
Yeah.
How about compassion for residents that can't afford to live here, and all of a sudden they're just out? So what do? We try and create that balance. You're painting a picture like we're these meisters up here that are just going to take money from people we choose from. We've always made decisions to make the best interest of the residents of this town. And there's certain criteria in this thing that you'll be a registered voter in Middletown. So if you go to Florida for 3 months and you're a registered voter in Middletown, you're still eligible for it, to my knowledge. So we need to make sure we know all the facts before we go spouting out at the mouth about, you know, not making us look like where's our compassion and putting on a great show for everybody here tonight. Get the facts, because you don't have all the facts, and that's not right to come up here and just say what you want and walk away from that
The
podium.
Tax Exploratory Committee.
We've always
had a
done what's
proposal.
right for the residents of this town, and you were part of that, and you did the same thing. You're on the other side of the podium now. We think we're not doing the same thing?
I'm not talking out
Okay.
the other side of my mouth. I've
Okay.
always talked the same way. And you had a tax proposal.
That's passion.
You had the tax proposal before you by the Tax
Okay.
Exploratory Committee, which you rejected.
It wasn't right for the good of the town at the time.
You
That's what the
said we
council
have to do
decided.
something. Is this something?
We're doing something. And that's what's driving up the cost of the real estate, is these people that come in and just buy it up and can afford to do that and drive the regular residents out. You want us to sit on our hands?
No.
And be compassionate
No,
on our
those
hands?
people- Those people
No.
would pay,
Yeah.
the taxes on that house. If they bought a $400,000 house and they put $1 million on that property, house
Mm-hmm.
on that property, they pay taxes on $1 million. So don't come with that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes. Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I love Anton, by the way, but sometimes we just disagree.
We all do, and for all of his service. And I just wanted to let you know, Tony, this part of how this came about was because we've got other trends in Middletown that we are trying to counter, like the second home growing market and the dark neighborhoods, and trying to encourage a year-round economy by having people decide to be here year-round and be voting residents here. One point that you do bring up, just like I think Councilor Toronto's point about limiting that spread, I think that would be something that the council should consider as we go forward with this ordinance, is those instances where, you know, as you say, we're trying to help the residents, but some residents are renting parts of their home, some of their home, they live there, they're renting a room maybe to a college student, or maybe they have a little in-law apartment, whatever it is, but they're renting currently, and they're living there to help pay their taxes and their expenses, which are going up. So I think that clause about renting, you brought it up, Antone just brought it up. These are people that are already suffering, and they're still renting. So maybe we need to rethink, if you're owner-occupied and you're renting to pay your bills and the increasing taxes, that you still get the relief. It's just for conversation since it's been brought up.
So, Peter, a question then. It's a good point Dennis brought up. Is it possible that we look at, if owner-occupied that rents, because they're right, some people do.
We certainly could look at that. I mean, and once again, if I live in my house and my house has 4 bedrooms and I rent one of the bedrooms out, but I continue to live in the house, then
Because we don't.
well, I suppose that could still be considered to be an owner-occupied dwelling.
Right.
And part of the problem here is that there's not a lot of, the state statute says that we can divide it into owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied, but there are no definitions of what those things are. So we've taken a look at what some of the other communities that have adopted this have done. So certainly we could take a look at options in that regard, because once again, if someone's renting out a room but still living there, I think that's one thing. I think it would be different if someone leaves for 6 months, and then while they're gone for those 6 months, they're renting that place out, the full dwelling unit out to somebody else, and that's no longer an owner-occupied dwelling. I don't think that is consistent with the intent of what the state law allows. But I think if they were renting a room, we could take a look at perhaps modifying that, so long as it still remained owner-occupied.
So, how do you, one of the things I circled here when I was reading it the other night was, an and you mentioned it earlier, it's on, I believe, page 1 of the first page of the ordinance that we received. An owner-occupied residential tax rate shall only be allowed upon written application, therefore, which application shall be filed annually. So why do they have to file it annually? I mean, couldn't we just look at who's a full-time voter here? And I think we're putting a burden on the resident because, I mean,
Well,
I don't know if that's
I
just.
could be a full-time vote, I could be registered to vote here, but still rent out that unit and live someplace else, or.
But how you gonna-
Or I could register to vote and spend 10 months in Florida and rent the house out.
But
to
how do you
somebody else
know
for
either
30
way?
days.
Who's gonna go over there and look at these?
Well, this is why having at least, just the same thing with the senior exemptions. There are applications that have to be filed under oath with, certain information and material that has to be provided to the assessor. So I think there has to be some, maybe it's not annually, but there needs to be some oversight of it to make sure that the people who are entitled to the rates are the ones that are getting it.
I agree, I just don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
I think and I get why you would want to do it annually, but when I read that, it just struck me as putting a burden on there must be a better way, I don't know, or maybe there's not. Or, if there isn't, maybe it can go out with the annual tax bill that says, like they do with the trash recycling information, and say, hey, here's your form if you want this different tax rate. I don't know.
Perhaps I can sit down with with Sean and with George and see what we can come up with that would strike a balance between not being too onerous
We
for
like
residents,
balance. We
but
like
also
balance.
making sure that the relief you're trying to give is going to the people that you are targeting
Okay.
to receive it.
Fair enough. Dennis? Sorry.
It's okay.
And-
No problem.
Which goes to my point a little bit about it being more of a token than something that's going to be a big delta, because there are going to be people who try to beat this system, okay? We have people who trying to beat the system currently and not getting true assessments on their properties. So we need to make this a true tax policy, something easy to understand, easy to implement, and fair. And so we don't want to make it complex. So I appreciate hearing back, and I still think I'm very interested in understanding what we're looking at from a mill rate standpoint. What are we looking? 0.5%? a percent. We still don't have that number, and I think that's important to identify.
Thank you, Dennis. Mrs. Santos,
Can I throw a thank you, Mr. President. Can I throw a monkey wrench into this?
monkey wrench, curveball, whatever you want to throw.
Okay, so instead of renting out a room, say for instance, my home has, 5 bedrooms. I do not rent. I have a relative who would come in, not pay me rent, but pay my taxes. How would you assess that?
Do you still live there?
Yes.
Well,
It's
then I
owner
would-
occupied.
I would consider it to be
So-
owner occupied.
So the
Yep.
person can come in, pay my taxes, pay my bills, even though living there.
You want to have a roommate who pays part of the bills?
That's the,
That'd be good, be good.
I'll be careful.
oh, look out.
Oh, boy.
But we can take a look and clarify that situation.
Right. So at the end of the day, I mean, people are going to be creative, no matter what we do. They're going to get creative, and we're just going to do the best we can for the greater good of the town. That's what we're trying to do, so.
Okay.
So, Mr.
Mrs.
President,
Flynn.
just to summarize, so when you sit down with Sean and George and talk about that balance of people who are renting to help pay their bills, could you also explore, that cap to the delta? What would it look like at, 10%, 20%, 25%?
I believe that Sean and George have already modeled that, and
Oh.
so certainly should be able to provide that to the council.
Maybe draft something for the second reading. I think that would, because we want to go slow. I think caution
Yeah.
is good,
Yeah.
and see how it works. It can always be adjusted,
Well, and
correct?
again, that's the first reading, and we'll have a second reading, and if we're not comfortable, we won't adopt it at that reading. We want to make sure we get it as right as we can get it. Okay?
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, discussion? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Sure. Just your name and address for the record, please.
Rachel Cockroft, 54 Powell Avenue in Newport. However, I own a house in Middletown at 83 Honeyman Avenue.
Okay.
I don't rent it, but my daughter lives there. She's a teacher, she has 2 kids, and she can't afford to live in Middletown. So I would just like you to consider maybe that situation. That's it.
Thank you.
We will take a look at,
We'll take a look at it, something certainly I didn't think of, but thank you for bringing that up. I don't know, how wide that exception may go, but certainly that's part of the process, is bringing ideas forward and either yes or no,
Just give your daughter the house.
That's what I was thinking too, but I don't want to. Yes, 4.
So,
Okay.
oh.
Sure, come on up, ma'am. Just your name and address to the record, please.
Hi, Tammy Holden, 62 Tuckerman Avenue.
Hi, Tammy.
And you mentioned Middletown residents.
Yes.
Who live there full-time and who also own rental property, and that's a minority. But do you have any data on that, what that number would be, and how many people that would affect, just out of curiosity?
It was provided when this was discussed last time, and
Oh,
I
I
can.
wasn't here for that.
Yeah, I can
So
email
I'm just
that.
curious
Yeah, it's all modeled, so we can
to see what
provide
that
that.
number is.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Quick question for a solicitor.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding the gal who owns the house on Honeyman, because I know that people go in to see George with specific situations. So even if we had an ordinance in place, if there was a specific situation, is that something that the tax assessor could work with those people to make it?
I don't think so. I think that would have to
Okay.
be dealt with in the ordinance itself. I don't
okay.
think you would want to put the assessor in that position of trying to make that call.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So, Peter, you're going to look at owner occupied that maybe rents out while they live there,
Yes,
and also maybe,
yes, that situation.
yes.
And
okay.
the delta limit,
Yep. I think we have that information, but,
to write it in,
Right.
to have it as
Okay.
part of the.
Okay.
the
Part of a presentation.
very good. Any further comments or discussion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second to receive it on its first ordinance. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Number 4, public hearing advertised, an ordinance of the Town of Middletown, first reading. An ordinance and amendment to the Town Code of the Town of Middletown, Title 15, Land Use, Chapter 152, Zoning Code, amending sections 27A04C and 27A07E of Article 27A, and this is in reference to mixed-use development.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second?
We have a motion, a second, to open the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Is Ron here?
Yes, yes.
Ron, you just want to just give a brief summary of what this mixed-use ordinance is about? There's been some variations in time, whether it's commercial, residential, and stuff like that, okay?
Yep, so this is the first Ron Wolanski, Town Planner. This is the next rendition of proposed amendments to the mixed-use ordinance that the Planning Board has looked at. A prior version was sent back to the Planning Board. There was some concerns expressed by the Town Council for some modifications to the uses and allowing more uses in mixed-use development than are currently allowed in the ordinance, and that was a concern expressed by some council members. So in this proposal, the Planning Board has decided to leave the restrictions on uses as is in the current ordinance, and they are now recommending or requesting that the council consider amending just 2 items in the current ordinance. The first being under 27A04 C1 regarding hours of operation, and this is specifically referencing restaurants operating in limited business districts and allowing those restaurants in a mixed-use development in a limited business district to remain open until 10 p.m. Under the current ordinance, all businesses in a mixed-use development in the LB district must close by 8 p.m. And that was seen as being onerous and not supportive of restaurants that might be operating or want to operate in the limited business district. The second proposed amendment is regarding building height, and this is in section 27A07E3. Currently, the ordinance reads that the maximum height of any building in a mixed-use development is 35 feet. The proposal is to allow the existing height limitations in the ordinance to apply, so that would mean 35 feet would be the limit in limited business, but 40 feet would be the limit in general business, which is currently what's allowed in any other general business development. It would extend that 40-foot height limit into mixed-use developments within the general business district.
So why would they recommend that, Ron? Because that didn't sit right with me, going from 35 to 40 in a mixed use.
So, well, I guess back.
I mean, I understand the hours part of it, but 5 more feet?
Yeah, well, that's up to the council. Going back to, I guess, earlier in the conversation, the goal of this whole discussion that the planning board has initiated is to try to make the ordinance more attractive for folks that might want to use it. The town is trying to incentivize mixed-use development as a way of better developing property as compared to just straight commercial properties. Allowing for mixed use allows for residential integration into commercial properties where currently you wouldn't be able to do that. So we have the ordinance in place, but the feeling is that the ordinance isn't as useful or as attractive as it could be to property owners. So again, the board's been working with you over the past several months, looking at different provisions in the ordinance, trying to tackle items that have been identified as being concerns. Again, the restaurant hours of operations was identified as a concern in the limited business. Building height, I guess the question was raised, why should you be allowed to build a 40-foot building in the general business district if it's not mixed use, but then if you want to do a mixed use, right, you can't build to that height.
Could we tie that 40 feet into if it's affordable housing?
I think you could do that if you wanted to.
Okay, just asking. Any comments?
Oh, Mr. President.
That was the point in regards to what Ron just said, in regards that it's already allowed 40 feet, and then if you change it to the mixed use, why not carry that over? So I think that makes sense.
But the other thing to that too is you're going to get some people or some developers, well, it's 40 feet, now can I go 45? Can I request relief for 45? It's like a speed limit. You know, I'm going 25, I know they'll probably give me 35, but can I go 40? I think anything above that should be not permitted, no special use, no relief, anything if we do that. Nothing, because someone's always gonna want more, and, 40's high, 35's high.
As you know, anyone can go to the zoning board and request the relief.
I know, but if we put no, it's not prohibited, and then it's not prohibited.
Yep.
Mrs. Flynn?
Two things. I've asked the town clerk to put on supplemental information on the dais for you, and it's the Article 27A, 00 purpose, simply to remind everyone when they're looking at amendments to make sure that we retain the purpose of the ordinance, which is, again, to make sure that the business and the residential uses are compatible, otherwise it's not going to work anyway, and to develop residential uses. So whatever's proposed, whatever the council decides, please keep the purpose of the original ordinance in mind going forward. I know we have another reading, so, and I did want to point out or ask the solicitor on the height limitation where there would be no discretion, could verbiage be added that stated that in limited business or in general business that the height shall be 40 feet or less? Would that ensure that that leapfrog positioning would not occur in future development?
In my opinion, no. I mean, it's essentially what we have now. It says that in the commercial, in the general business, its commercial uses are limited to 40 feet. So it says that already. Saying it differently doesn't prohibit someone from going to the zoning board and asking for a height variance. Now, at the same time, I think it's very, I can't remember the last time a height variance was granted by the zoning board. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but those are, I think, certainly much more difficult to obtain than other sorts of dimensional variances. But as Ron pointed out, under state law, you always have a right to go ahead and ask for more. And I think in the meetings with the planning board, once again, they looked at it and said, well, a pure commercial development can go to 40 feet. We're trying to encourage mixed-use development to add housing and more opportunities for housing, but we're penalizing someone who wants to do that by giving them 5 feet less, which might limit their ability to add housing units or better mix of uses within that development. So I think that was part of the rationale from the planning board, that we want people to use this ordinance, but we're somehow penalizing them if they do by making it 5 feet less than if it's just a pure commercial development. But ultimately, it's the discretion of the council.
Right, but Terry's suggestion, you're saying, no, it doesn't change your opinion for additional relief, but if we prohibited it, then it would be prohibited.
Well, no, it's not, because right now it's,
I'm talking above 40.
Well, it's already prohibited. Height of, the most you can do by right is 40 feet. But the state law says if I meet certain requirements, I can go and ask for a variance. I've got to show hardship. I've got to show it's not just to make more money. I've got to show that there's something unique about this property. And usually when we talk about height variances, it's, I'm on a lot like this with a high point and a low point. There's a difference of 20 feet from the front of the house to the back of the house, and the way they measure height puts me at a disadvantage with my, the height, my measuring point from height 10 feet below grade.
Okay.
But I'm just the answer to the question is, under the law, someone can still come in and ask for more, even if I say, we don't want you to.
Even if it's prohibited.
Yes, because essentially it's prohibited now. There's a maximum height that we have, but.
That's in general business, right?
In general business, in every zone, we have a maximum height.
Okay.
And the state law says that if you have a hardship and you meet certain requirements, you're entitled to come in and ask for more.
You know what they ought to put in there, Peter? Because I'm really tired of hearing about hardships.
Yes.
Because anybody can come in and say, well, this is a hardship for me, and this is why. And then I was on the zoning board 4 or 5 years, and the tears start flowing, and all these experts come in that the lawyers pay. Who's the hardship on? That's what they ought to put on there. It's on the residents, or whoever the butters are. That's who the hardship's on. Sorry, Ron. I'm cranky tonight. Tired. I apologize. Okay, is there any further, thank you, sir. Is there any further discussion? Okay.
Public hearing remain open.
Excuse me one sec. Did anybody want to talk on this? It's a public hearing. Okay, sorry, Tom.
Public hearing remains open. Motion received said ordinance on its first reading.
Second?
I have a motion, a second, to receive ordinance in its first reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, number 5. The public hearing's been advertised. A grant application for recreational opportunities at Linden Park at 141 West Main Road, Paradise Park, and 19 Prospect Ave, and the multi-purpose fields at 1225 Aquinic Avenue.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second?
I have a motion, a second, to open the public hearing. All in favor? Aye. So I think there's a lot of residents here from Linden Park tonight, or several anyway, and the abutters. So that one in number 8, about pickleball courts, I think we can kind of tie them in.
I was going to suggest that we tackle the pickleball court on its own and then come back to this.
You want to go pickleball? What's the purpose of that suggestion?
So if you can make a determination on the pickleballs and Linden Park on the plan, then you can come back and make a decision on the grant application of whether you want to go with this amount or a different amount, as well as approve the other 2 projects.
Okay,
Because there's 3, you know what I mean? There's 3 projects.
Sure.
That first one has a dollar amount.
Mr.
Sure.
President?
yes, ma'am.
So the agenda confused me also because Linden Park appears later in the agenda, also under affordable housing. And that is, the drawings are
We'll
being.
take all 3 at once.
I
So
think
the
that that's
residents here, good point. I knew you were going with that. I didn't think of that, but thank you. We'll get them all at once so we can get, they say their piece enough to sit here through, listen to our nonsense sometimes, you know? So, okay, very good.
Right, so anybody that wrote down 5 can speak now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about Linden Park in general, and we'll talk about all 3. Peter, is it okay if we read, or Wendy, okay if we read all 3 in at once? Is that okay? She's nodding her head, and you're just kind of looking down,
No,
so.
I thought you were looking.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all in agreement.
I'm in
And
agreement
we're
with
doing things legal. Okay, awesome. So number 8 also, discussion of master plan at Linden Park, including pickleball courts.
Motion begins said discussion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and
Master plan, affordable housing.
which number is it?
No more. There's no more.
About 15.
Well, if we discuss master plan for Linden,
Yeah,
I think we're gonna make some decisions or come pretty close.
okay.
So I don't think we need to read in another.
All right, we'll do these first 2. Okay, so, who do we have wants to speak on this?
Lots of people.
Okay.
Kim Blass.
Kim, you were first. You put your name in first.
Can I just do a quick introduction?
Yeah,
And I do have the plan up. So I believe the first item we're talking about is the master plan for Linden School. And I just wanted to quickly orientate everybody to the thought process here. So at some meetings ago, we began a discussion of constructing the pickleball courts towards the entrance of Linden School. The Open Space Committee had done a lot of research, visited really all of the town's open space sites, and identified that as a preferred location, and they made a very detailed presentation to the town council about that. And then the town engineer was charged to go back and start preparing a design. When Warren and I sat down, we did put together sort of a master plan for the program, the property, and that was because this is not an insignificant site to the town, and there are some other activities on the site. Just in general, the property itself is about 5 acres in size, and talking with the assessor today and looking at the field card, has a value of about $3 million. From a historical standpoint, it did have an elementary school located on it, and that school was demolished in 2009. There's no demolished material buried on the property, so the property itself is in very good condition. And when Warren and I sat, and again, I was the one who asked Warren just to do a little more work on a plan, given the value of the property, and given, and I'll go through a couple of the existing features that are on the property, it just made sense at least to sort of say, this is how this could be utilized long-term. So I don't have an existing picture for you, but there is a parking area on the property currently. It's the parking area that was left over from the school from when it operated. For lack of a better description, we do what I would consider have a multi-purpose field on the property that more or less runs parallel along West Main Road, and that's been utilized for years primarily by Middletown youth lacrosse. And then the last feature on the property is there is a playground located in the middle of the property, and that was built right after the school was demolished, so right around 2010. So that's how the property is currently used, and it does provide an open space for the High Street neighborhood. The master plan that we've put together, which was reviewed at our last meeting, the first feature that's added is 4 pickleball courts, and those would be located on the southwestern side of the property. That location was chosen because it's flat, it's easy to construct there. The Open Space Committee looked at the fact that it was far away from residential properties, so it wouldn't necessarily disturb the neighborhood, and it seemed to be a good location for it. One of the things that Warren and I looked at, though, however, is it does dislocate the flat area that's utilized as a multi-purpose field right now. So what we at least put on a master plan, and I think just to highlight this is from a master planning standpoint. This is something that can be built now. It could be something built in the future. It may be something the council doesn't want to do at all. But it is important to note that we would lose sort of a flat playing area for the community. So our suggestion was to basically construct another flat playing area, not something with lights, not something that's identified for anything other than, again, a flat playing area right now on the northern side of the property, and that's depicted on the top of the page that's in front of you. So that's the flat playing area. That would be a cut and cover project. That field, as shown on the plan, is about 125 feet by 300 feet. So it matches up with what was already on the property. We have included a plan, or at least contemplated the fact that right now we have porta potties on the property as some sort of a concrete bathroom building, similar to what we have at the Berkeley Peckham school field, baseball field, War Memorial Field, as well as what we have on the West Main Road and what we currently put at the lacrosse fields at Gaudet School. So it would be a similar building.
The multi-purpose fields.
Yes, the multi-purpose
Yes.
fields.
Okay.
Yes. So it would be a small concrete building. There are a number of ways to set up and operate that building. I know that we've gotten emails with concerns that it would be open 24/7, but we contemplate the fact that, at some point it does make sense to have probably a bathroom building at the location. And what we're looking at is where it would be if it was put there now or sometime in the future, whether we would put in utilities now or sometime in the future, but at least to have those ideas and that planning in place. There are some drainage improvements that are considered part of the master plan. Right now, the playground drains, they would actually drain daylight where the pickleball fields are going to be constructed. So what Warren has contemplated is basically taking that 4-inch pipe and then draining that into Cultec units, which are buried units underground that would hold the stormwater and let that percolate. The last 2 improvements, the parking area we would improve, basically mill and repave that parking area. We've also contemplated that we would remove and dispose of the asphalt that's located on the east side of the property. That was the area, the driveway that went to the back of the school to the loading dock. So right now that's somewhat of a nuisance, not only for the neighbors but for the town department. So we would remove that and restore that to basically grass. And lastly, we contemplate improvements to the playground. The playground itself is 10 years old, gets a lot of use and could use some refreshing. So we would, basically clean up the playground. Overall, we look at this as would be a comprehensive plan for the entire property. The park gets a lot of use, not only from the neighborhood, but also from people in the area that might drive there. We have maintained with the state the light that enters the property, which is a really nice feature. And it helps draw people to the property for different activities. So again, I just wanted to run through that. The new features would be the pickleball field, upgrading the bathroom. Those would be probably the two main things. Just a plan or a purpose to relocate the multi-purpose field, or basically the flat area, the large flat area that currently exists on the property. Some drainage improvements, upgrading the parking lot, and lastly, addressing the needs of the playground so that the community can continue to enjoy that. What Warren had put together for a cost estimate was, which is in the grant paperwork, roughly $692,000. That's the estimated cost to make those improvements. So, but I know tonight the clerk has notified residents within 200 feet of the area. They all received notifications from the town about tonight's hearing, as the council's requested, and our public affairs officer put out information on the social media and on the website. So we think that we've done a pretty good job of notifying people of tonight's discussion.
Okay, thank you, Sean. That was a nice overview of what potentially is proposed. We do have some people and that would like to speak on this. Kim, Kim, you were the first one to put your request in, so just your name and address for the record, please.
Kim Blass, 111 Compton View Drive. I'm here to talk about Linden Park. I have been a committee member for the senior and affordable housing since July. Our committee has been working very hard to find properties for our seniors and to have affordable housing in Middletown. The committee did an on-site visit to Oliphant School, Berkeley Peckham, and Linden Park. These are the only 3 properties the committee is working with. Tonight, our next step was to present to the town council the 3 potential properties. The committee did agree in November on Oliphant School to put affordable housing at that location. We are still putting together ideas for Berkeley Peckham and Linden Park. We did recommend Frank Spinella to draw up potential affordable housing plans for the council's meeting in January. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have read your agenda for this evening and was a little taken back with the number of agenda items regarding affordable housing, but nothing regarding senior housing. Also, it was advertised to discuss potential talks on recreation opportunities at the Linden Park property, which we just heard Sean present. Our committee voted that these 3 properties were going to be presented to the council tonight for potential drawings in January. In my opinion, Linden Park property is prime property and an excellent location for our senior housing, not recreational. This property checks all the boxes for our seniors, and I would like to recommend this property for our seniors. In conclusion, I'm hoping that the committees, seniors, and residents have the opportunity to come before you with their comments and their recommendations before you make any decisions on these properties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kim. Okay.
Peter Kane.
Peter Kane?
Hello.
Hi.
Peter Kane, I live at 7 Granada Terrace, which abuts Linden Park. I think the first thing that's important for everybody to know was that this master plan was not given to the residents and abutters. What we received was a picture of pickleball courts. So we're all here with a little bit less information than we maybe could have been afforded prior to tonight's meeting. That being said, I would be more inclined to support this plan than other uses of the park. I find it interesting that our last speaker is very pro-Linden Park for senior or affordable housing. But I also noticed that she lives in a neighborhood near Berkeley School where she's not as forceful to have it. That's all on that. I don't think I need to say more on that. I think I won't want to speak for the group of people from our neighborhood, but I think most of us would prefer to see the park remain a park. I moved in 10, 11 years ago. It was a park. It was a big draw to move to that neighborhood. It was the park. And I know others feel the same way. But we do have some concerns. Some of them have been allayed by the fact of the removal of the asphalt in the back area. My concern, one of mine, is I live in the back corner. Was that going to become a parking space? And it looks like the plan is not. Bathrooms, how they'll be monitored, cleaned, times of operation are other factors that are concerns of mine. Lighting has been a concern. I currently have to get room darkening shades for the 2 lights that are currently in Linden Park so that I can sleep at night. So I would hope that this plan currently shows 1 new light. I would hope it's not going to be in 3 years, people say, oh, we should have lights, and then we get more lights. So again, wanting to support your plan while at the same time knowing all of the future thoughts on the property. The vegetation might be a very good idea on the neighborhood side. Some additional vegetation for sound. I want to grab my phone here. I want to just read something about pickleball. I spoke to Tom Welch recently about this. He gave me some good insight and helped me to feel a little bit more comfortable about what the proposal was, because I was not fully aware with this piece of paper. So if you could bear with me. This is from Crazy Pickleball Lady, okay?
Oh, great.
And she's an avid pickleball person. It says, frequently pickleball sounds are typically about 70 decibels at 100 feet away from the strike of the ball. Residents in homes located in a quiet residential area that are within 100 feet from pickleball courts are used to noise levels at about 40 decibels. That's people talking, regular ambient neighborhood sound. So you think to yourself, well, 40 to 70 can't be that much more because we're probably at 40 in this room right now, right? But it's 70, 100 feet away, okay? Therefore, the level of pickleball noise is 30 decibels louder. And remember, each time you increase the sound level by 10 decibels, it will sound twice as loud as the previous reading. So an increase of 30 decibels is 10 decibels plus 10 decibels plus 10 decibels, or 2 times as loud, times 2 times as loud, times 2 times as loud, or 8 times as loud as the initial strike. Okay. That's a significant increase in loudness, and it would be annoying to everyone, most likely. So with that being said, I think there are ways to mitigate that, and I think someone else here is going to bring it up. We've looked into some systems that are available for sound deadening, particularly around pickleball courts, because they're loud. I don't know. I had made a suggestion to the neighbors, and they said, oh, don't do that. I'm looking at 4 courts times doubles times 16 people whacking a wooden paddle against the plastic ball. And I thought we should come in with 16 balls and paddles and smack them around and say, would you like to have that in your backyard? Plus the laughing, the yay, the happiness, and all of that. I personally love when the kids are out playing lacrosse or soccer in the field. I think it's a great thing. But I think we have to be very careful about how much density we bring, whether it's housing, whether it's recreation, how much are we trying to jam into one place? And then what are the time constraints? Those are my big things. Is it going to end at 7 p.m.? Are the bathrooms going to lock at 7 p.m.? I'm just picking a time, not saying I want it to be 7 p.m. And also, for the record, homeless people using these bathrooms as a place to sleep, bathe, clean, and do their business is a real issue. In Middletown, I don't know if any of you are aware, because obviously the police are not, there is a homeless building in the valley just down below us. It's been there for several years. It's approximately 12 feet by 20 feet. It has a chimney and heat, and all those people you see with the signs are all homeless people living in the valley, right under our nose, and I just wonder if that's going to become their bathroom. Those are probably my concerns, and I'll give back the rest of my time to someone else. Thank you.
You don't have any more time left.
I do, I have 50 seconds.
Nope, you've been read for over a minute.
I'm...
That's
I was looking at
that's
the number.
okay.
Paul, I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. But nice try. That's okay. Thank you. Marlene Johnson. That was funny.
My name's Marlene Johnson, 42 Willow Avenue. So my name is Marlene, my husband's name is Bill, and he and I live at 42 Willow Ave. We purchased our home in 2006, and a major factor at that time was our desire to purchase a home near a park because we were a growing family. My concerns today are not about the utilization of the park as a park. My sons are there all the time, playing golf, playing baseball, using the facilities that Mr. Brown talked about. I'm very grateful to learn that the town is focusing on improving Linden Park as a park and not a potential housing development location. My concerns can most likely be mitigated if the town can make some assurances. Sorry, nervous.
Marlene, it's only us.
I know.
And it's only a
Sorry about
conversation.
that.
I know, it's only a
I do
conversation.
this for a living. You're very intimidating with the
So
flag and the...
that just tries to make us look better. If it works, I don't know. But just relax.
Thank you.
It's just a conversation.
Thank you.
Okay.
So noise levels of pickleball. As my esteemed neighbor said, it is very loud. I won't go into the decibels, but it is very loud. It's also a super fun sport. I play it. It's very fun. If courts are going to be placed at Linden, perhaps having courts run parallel to West Main Road might absorb some of the sound in terms of the traffic. Another consideration is, can the town plant some trees and shrubbery around the perimeter of the park to buffer some sound and add some privacy to my neighbors who abut the park? To Pete's point, I did do some Google researching today and found a lot of soundproofing capabilities. A quick Google search today, I found specifically soundproofing for pickleball courts that's called AcoustiFence, which is surrounding wall. There's something called AcoustiBlock, which is to put on the courts to absorb the sound of the ping pong on the ground. And these components are literally being sold across the country. There is a rep in the Northeast. They give out quick consultation and also estimates. You just fill out the script online. I'm curious if we've considered the decibels per court. If you have 8 people playing, in my research, I was quite astounded at not just the popularity of the sport, but also the popularity of the negative comments of people expressing how their neighborhoods and ways of life have been negatively impacted by the pickleball noise. One man said that it was the equivalent of a jackhammer on concrete. So maybe instead of doing 4 pickleball courts, maybe we consider 2. I'm running out of time here, so let me get through.
You're still in the green.
Sorry, okay. The next issue we have is the public restrooms. My son Daniel this summer was harassed. I had to call the police. There was people drinking in the park, hanging out, sleeping there. That happened quite regularly this summer, unfortunately, and it did become an issue where they were asking the younger kids if they wanted to come over and drink with them. So I would really appreciate what assurances the town would guarantee that bathrooms would be cleaned, maintained, monitored, and policed regularly. Lastly, lighting. While we were advised by the town that lights are not in the plan now, I see them on the master plan. What assurances can the town council give that lights won't be added later? The topic of pickleball courts actually has come up before. I reached out to y'all a couple years ago when it first was introduced. And so how can you guarantee to us that measures taken and agreed to today will protect us in the future in regards to Linden Park? Thank you.
Thank you.
Go Pats.
That's right, we have to adjourn in 5 minutes, the game. You just reminded me. So Marlene, answer a couple of questions. Anytime say there's a new council, and somebody comes forward and wants to put an idea to put lights there, that'll come up again. So I've seen that in the past where there's really to be honest with you, there's really no assurance that I'm aware of, unless it's built in or, specifically prohibited with some type of ordinance. But I've seen it in the past where, it's like anything else. New councils, over the years, things change, and as neighborhoods change, sometimes these ideas resurface, and next thing you know, there's lights. So, yes.
When was there last time there was a new council?
Just recently, we have Mr. Welch, we have Mr. Logan.
All right.
There we go.
He forgot. He's getting aged.
So, that's just what I've seen over time. Sometimes they resurface. There's no guarantee. Susan?
Good evening.
I did not recognize you.
Maybe this would help.
Maybe that's it. Sorry.
No problem.
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good,
and it's really
thanks.
nice to see you all in person.
Good,
I'm
it is.
really happy that we're not on Zoom, so
Okay.
thanks for that. 43 Willow Avenue, and we are on the eastern side of Linden. And I, like Pete, would have really appreciated to see this plan before coming tonight. So Sean, thank you so much for putting this up and sharing this with us, because it does give us a better perspective on what we're looking at as opposed to the drawings that we were sent. So thank you for that. I do want to just say a word about the additional noise. I realize that it's, the pickleball court is proposed for along the road, and I agree with Marlene that if it was, more along the road instead of coming towards us, that maybe that sound would then kind of joins in with the sound of West Main, which is a busy, crazy, loud road, which we already know. But also the addition of having some sort of mitigation, I think, is very important. So whatever system is that you look at what might work to deaden the sound, keep the sound around the courts, is very important. I'm not against the use of the park. I love the park as a recreation facility, and I want to see it stay that way. So I think that if we can find a way to manage it properly. So additional noise is a concern. I also was concerned about the parking, primarily because that asphalt that's down on the east side has been, in my opinion, an area for alcohol consumption, massive alcohol consumption, drug abuse, and also drug deals that we have seen happen there. So removing the asphalt would be a great step in the right direction. But more policing, I think, would be really important as well. So just more involvement from the town, being visible, of course. Hours of use of the pickleball courts, I don't know if you've discussed that, Sean, at all. You didn't mention it in your proposal or your information piece. But Newport does have hours of operations on Monday to Saturday from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Sundays 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I would also add to that we are really against having pickleball at night because of the sound and also because of the additional lights. So we really don't want to see any kind of night activity. The sanitation, I'm very concerned about having the flush toilets running water. And in part, it's for exactly what they were talking about with the homeless population that we do have. We know in other communities around the country, the homeless do come in, I'm watching my minutes, the homeless do come in and use that flush running water. And, bless their hearts, they need it, I understand that. But it can create more problems for us down the road. So a few existing issues that I think we need to include into this overall plan is with more people, you're also going to have more trash problems. I think right now, we see some people may be visiting from the town and saying that it looks like the pack it in, pack it out program is working because it's so clean in the park. Well, the reason it's so clean is because we, the neighbors, are going in there and cleaning it up. You guys know me, I've brought trash in for you before.
Thank you very much.
So,
Yes.
You're welcome. So that's what's going on now. So we need receptacles for dog bags. One of the neighbors was saying that when the people fill up the dog bag, they toss it into the hedgerow that's on that northern perimeter, which is actually his property, not town property. So he's picking up everybody else's dog poop. So just like down in the valley, where we knew that the pack it in, pack it out wasn't working, we put in receptacles, and they work. People are putting their bags into that. So we need to be thinking more proactively about the trash there. In addition, I would like to see the garbage cans, actual garbage cans, and the town coming to remove the waste. Because again, pack it in, pack it out doesn't work. So that trash and more maintenance, more visitation by the town, including our police. We need to have a little bit more police presence there. They need to be pulling in and out of there throughout the day, throughout the night, especially because we live there, we see what goes on there, and it's not often pleasant, as Marlene was explaining to you. So, thanks very much. I made it. You got 19 seconds, Paul.
Thank you so much. You can give those to Mr. Kane. All right. Excellent. Kevin Gross? Just a name and address for the record, Kevin, please.
Kevin Gross, 40 Willow Avenue, neighbor to all these folks here. I just really want to echo and sympathize with their concerns that they've already said tonight. I am a pickleball player occasionally. I have 2 small kids that utilize the park. I had no idea about the master plan. We were only given page 2 of 2 in the mailing, so this is news to me, and sitting in the back corner, seeing that big box, I wasn't sure if that was going to be a building or a structure or what. So I'm happy to hear that this proposal doesn't have that. I much prefer this to constructing some affordable housing or any type of structure there. So I just had some questions before I got this clarity. Was there going to be plumbed bathrooms? I don't really see a need for that, honestly. You guys mentioned earlier the Peckham baseball field and Gaudet. I mean, these are sporting venues where people are sitting in bleachers and watching things, and you might have crowds upwards of 100 people, especially Gaudet. This is 4 pickleball courts, which there were some benches in the proposal. I don't see too many people coming out there to root and cheer those folks on. So I'm not sure that's really necessary. In saving some money there, you may consider some of the acoustic deafening or dampening systems that have also been talked about tonight. So just something to consider. I also echo the concerns of the noise to a degree. I played pickleball recently for the first time in the last year or so at the Van Zant courts. And a buddy of mine came out and was with his kid at the playground. I also had my kid. And said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "Oh, I played pickleball." He's like, "Oh, I hate that sport." I said, "Really, why?" He said, "It's so damn loud. I live right there." I said, "I really had no idea that it was even that loud." He said, "All the neighbors can't stand it, and they frown upon anyone that even shows up to play." That was news to me, so I kind of took that in and digested it, and now I have a little bit of a different outlook, seeing that this is proposed pretty close to me. But that being said, having no lights would help a lot. Keeping the hours to just daylight hours, makes sense to me. The other issue that I feel strongly about is the trash. There's trash there all the time. I'm there all the time with my 2 kids playing on the playground, and I show up frequently with plastic bags and fill whatever we can. People from across the street bringing their Newport Creamery stuff, having picnics or whatever, they just leave it. They don't take it with them. It doesn't work. So I highly echo that sentiment that trash cans are needed majorly and should be emptied once a week for sure. That's really it. I'll take a picture of this if I can and then go from there.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks.
Sean, is it possible to get the residents a picture or, a printout of that,
Yes.
of that full drawing? I think that would be helpful. They shouldn't have to take a picture of it and, so.
What I'll have Matt do is post that on the website.
Post it on the website?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Pete, I'm having a hard time reading the last name. Thank you, sir.
Oh, you know who he is.
That would be fantastic, and thank you in advance.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Pete Marnane. I live at 39 Willow Avenue in Middletown. We purchased our home on Linden Avenue in 1971 when it was Linden School. And it was very convenient for us because we had 3 young children who attended Linden School. And when it changed to a park, we still enjoyed being next to a park. It was a wonderful experience, except there were 2 separate issues that we've had ever since the park opened. But I think tonight is a great opportunity to focus the attention that we are right now on Linden Park. It's a great facility in our neighborhood and for the community. I'm not opposed to pickleball or the expansion of athletic facilities in the park. In fact, I would support expanded athletic activities. But I'm concerned about, and actually many of my concerns, Sean took the wind right out of my sails when he gave his presentation and we saw this new drawing. And some of my neighbors have already said it, so Mr. Chair, you don't have to worry about me using my 5 minutes. I'll be finished long before the 5 minutes is over because most of my neighbors have stated what the issues are. It's primarily trash. And you've heard so much about that now, but believe it or not, it does collect in the park and then it blows to the eastern side, which is my side of the abutment, and it blows through, under, and over the bushes and the chain link fence and ends up in my yard, and I pick it up frequently. The other issue I have is with maintenance in the park. The Public Works does a great job cutting the grass once a week. But I see little else over there in the way of maintenance. For example, the bushes that surround some parts of the park haven't been trimmed. I just don't remember when it was the last time that they were trimmed. And it's not to beat a dead horse again, but trash is really an issue, and I haven't seen anyone in there picking up trash. The westerly winds that blow in the park or blow in our community, northwest in the winter and southwest in the summer, blow the trash. That's what causes the trash to come into our yards. Parking is limited now, but I would suspect that with the addition of pickleball courts and the 300-foot athletic field, parking will have to be expanded. And one of the areas I thought that would be expanded is behind the park, the back part of the park, the eastern part, where the asphalt is now, but I was very pleased to hear that that's being removed and grass is planted. So I won't mention the bathrooms again. You've heard enough about that. But throughout this process, I've received some vague responses to specific questions that I've asked. For example, question was, what are the planned uses for the 300-foot athletic field on the north side? And the answer I got was, quote, no planned use. When asked about the potential for increased trash from the expanded use of the park, the response was, quote, we continue to look for solutions to trash. When asked about the lighting and night play on the courts, the response was, rules and regs have not been discussed, unquote. So honestly, I feel like, as an abutter, I feel like we're really being left in the dark on some critical issues. Some issues were clarified very well tonight by Sean and others, but there's still issues that we just haven't got a complete answer for. And I still have 36 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Pete. We appreciate it. Okay, is there anyone else that didn't fill out a form that would like to speak?
There's a lady in the back. Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Come on up, just your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Karen Barbera, 36 Walcott Avenue. So I came here to talk about the playground, which I was very happy to hear that Sean had discussed that there might be some changes to the playground. I feel like there isn't a good community playground in Middletown like there is in Jamestown. There are 5 of them in North Kingstown. I happen to know the young woman who has designed and built and oversaw the building of all the North Kingstown playgrounds. I went and had a meeting with her, and I'd like to offer any help I could as far as what I learned at that meeting, about pricing, about a company that built them all, has built quite a few of them in the state. So I did have a quick meeting with Sean about this, so he knows that I have some information that I'd like to share. So as a sort of new grandmother, I'm finding that-
Congratulations.
Well, so anyway, I think that we could really use a really nice playground. That playground is pretty sad. I don't think it's very interesting. I did drive in there, and I could think that it would be a community builder, and not only for young people, you know, young kids, my grandkids' age, but also older kids, you know, up to age 12. I've seen people at the Jamestown playground who are mentally and developmentally challenged using the playground, and there is equipment specific to them that could be incorporated into the playground. There's also for seniors, people who just want to go out there and swing, or, you know, have some place to do some nice physical activity. So I could see that playground, especially in the town that it's where it's located. I could see that to be a really good community builder. So I would encourage you to maybe leave some space for that. It might not be in this plan, but in future there's definitely some space up into the back. It's kind of small for what it could be as far as in the plan. So, and since I've heard everybody speak about the landscaping at the park and the lighting, I do happen to be a landscape designer, and so more trees would be great for noise abatement and for light abatement. And I do believe that we now have a dark sky compliant lighting ordinance. So I would presume that any lighting that went in there would be dark sky compliant. So that was all I had to say.
Okay, Karen. Karen, I just would recommend anything you have about those playgrounds, or any, I know your background is in horticulture and landscape design. Any information you can get to Sean, that'd be great.
We've met. We had a meeting a couple weeks ago, and she provided really a lot of great information.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with her on Prospect Avenue when she was walking.
Yep.
Yes. So, yeah, Teresa, in a minute. Yes, ma'am. Rachel, we typically don't give Newport people this much time at the podium, but because you will pay taxes in Middletown, you go right ahead.
Okay, I've just switched tribes.
All right.
There's a bunch of pickleball people over there, and some of them are reluctant to talk or have laryngitis or whatever. So I'm sure they don't want me to speak for them. However, we really would like to see pickleball courts. And as far as the use of that park, it would be great if there was a playground and there were pickleball courts and there were trees, because then it would encompass so many different community aspects, family aspects, older people, younger people. And also, most of these pickleball people do pick up trash. And we also are fairly good monitors of the area where we play. So it's just more eyes on the ground.
Yeah.
But trees are the best soundproofing.
Okay, thank you so much. Teresa.
Teresa Spangler, 132 Peckham Lane. I think this is a great plan. I know that this has been talked about for a long time. I've sat in a lot of meetings. But I have to comment on the restroom situation. I do have to agree. I think it's not a good choice to put a restroom in there with running water. Yes, we have it at Gaudet, but that's controlled and they're locked. They're not open 24/7. They're open for sporting events. And then the other, the one at Berkeley, the same thing. Those aren't open 24/7. They're locked after a game. You look at Wyatt Field, where we have a huge population for the entire month of fall, and then spring with soccer going on there constantly, 7 days a week. We have men's soccer that use it on Sundays and things like that. We have porta potties there, and we survive. Are porta potties horrible to me? Are they nasty? Yes, they are. But it certainly will prevent some of the concerns that the residents have, which I do agree with. We have Howland Park. We have porta potties there. I mean, my recommendation would not put running water bathrooms in that facility, because I do think that could create some problems as a citizen. I don't live in that area. I have a lot of friends that live in that area. And I know that that is a beautiful facility, 5 acres to do a park versus housing, because 5 acres is pretty small to put a lot of houses on. But that's just my 2 cents on that. And I agree with the trash. We do have trash at Howland Park. We do have trash at Wyatt. Now, I know Wyatt is maintained a lot by Middletown Youth Soccer, so that is a little bit different. Maybe we could have the pickleball community be part of that process as well, like we do for Middletown Youth Soccer, and come up with some kind of plan that could be shared with the town and the folks that are using the park, that are invested in during those seasons. Because obviously pickleball is not in the middle of wintertime necessarily. And then, of course, trees and greenery are always make a park more enhancing and inviting for families and community members.
So just real quick, I don't necessarily disagree with you about the doors being open all the time, as far as if there were bathrooms there. But the reason there are no bathrooms with the large population up on Wyatt for the soccer, there's no sewer up there.
Septic,
So,
right,
yeah,
right,
right.
you're right.
So,
Whereas there is a septic system, and Howland Park doesn't have a septic
but
system.
you're right, those other ones are controlled, and I'm not sure, I was talking to Tom, one of the things I whispered to him over there earlier was that very thing about the bathrooms. And he said, well, there are programmable locks too. So there's other ways to go at it potentially, but nothing's determined, so we'll continue to talk about it.
I wasn't thinking septic, you're right.
Okay.
Because that's city sewer and city water in there, whereas.
Correct. There's no
Wyatt and
water or
Howland
sewer out
is-
there. It ends right at the fire station.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Sean?
Do I have to swear in, or?
No swearing in, no swearing at. Just your name and address for the record, sir.
Sean Napolitano, 3 Oak Street, Middletown.
Okay.
So, I own some property on the north side of Linden Park, and I think this is a great idea, and I'm here in support of it. But in the limited research that I've done, it seems like some sound deadening measures should be incorporated into the plan. And it sounds like a really nice idea with the trees being added to the park. And I think hours of operation is probably a good idea. And I'm also in support of the bathrooms, since we do have water and sewer in that area. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you for your contribution, sir. Okay, so, anyone else like to speak? Yes, ma'am. Come on up, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. Sarah Poirier, 127 Mitchell's Lane. I'm also in the Open Space and Fields Committee, so this has been wonderful to hear from everybody who lives around Linden, and we are definitely taking all of these comments into consideration. And it's been a real pleasure to have the chance to look at this property and this park, because as most of you know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the east side of town in terms of recreation and open space, but on the west side, we don't have a lot of opportunities. And so one of the things that we as a committee have been considering lately is how do we bring more recreation opportunities to other parts of Middletown? And we saw this area as a prime opportunity, partially because one of the things I wanted to point out is that we've recently created 2 multi-purpose fields at Gaudet, where the old drive-in property is, so that a lot of the use that was at Linden with the lacrosse will shift over there. So now that opens up more opportunities for perhaps recreation here. In addition to that, we were approached by the pickleball community saying, we really need a home. And there's a huge community, there's a huge interest, and it's been wonderful to see it because there's a lot of seniors playing. They're out, they're active, they're socializing, they're getting to know each other, and it's really a wonderful community. So to be able to support that need, which has, you know, come to us rather than us sort of trying to go out and identify a need, it just, from our perspective, it's been a pretty easy project to look at and to come up with. You know, it seems like there's a lot of great fits. There's obviously some things that we have to work through. You know, if I wasn't a butter, I'd be concerned about noise and lighting and access as well. But I think if we work together and we come up with solutions, we can create a really nice park. I love the comments about the playground. Let's do something awesome. I've got 2 young kids. It is a bit of a sad playground, so let's put some more thought into that. And we're here to listen. So if anybody wants to reach out to us, get in touch, Open Space and Fields Committee. Thank you.
So, Pete, Mr. Kane, you have to come up to the podium. No, you can come up and ask her, but it has to be at the podium. So, okay? Yeah.
Peter Kane again, 7 Granada Terrace. I've heard the term pickleball community a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the pickleball community? Where are they from? Do you live in Middletown? Does everybody live in Middletown? I only say that because there was an issue a few years back where a dog park was going to be built in Newport. And I did some looking, I'm like, this is a bad spot. Who's pushing for this? And it turned out that only about a handful of people were Newport, and most were Portsmouth and Middletown. So I just wonder, how big a pickleball community does Middletown have? That's all. Just a thought. Like, are we going to be building something for people from their surrounding communities?
The answer to that is probably yes. We do have some residents that have attended some of the meetings, but there is a large contingent from different other communities as well, Peter. Matter of fact, it was Newport, it was Portsmouth, and it was actually Bristol. That they didn't come to the meeting, those folks, but some Newport people did. But you know, they told us this because that was one of our questions: was how many, you know. Of course, you want to do it for your Middletown residents, but there's just not enough. I think there's one down by, what's the park in?
Vernon, they play on tennis courts, and then
Hunter, I guess it is. And it's just not enough courts. And I didn't even know what pickleball was till about 3 or 4 or 5 months ago, whatever it was. So it's growing, and we're all getting older, and maybe we can play, I don't know, but there will be. I'll take you on. I don't know anything about it, but I like a good challenge. So, but it's always that, you know, just like the fields we built. I'm sure, you know, there's going to be people playing on it that aren't from around here. But that's part of a community. That's what we do, and we'll try and do it right. Is that the Newport lady? All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're not going to make any decisions about this evening. So we appreciate the input and the ideas. And you know, there was recently some consideration too about housing over there. Just so you know, we do have an affordable housing committee, which does include senior housing, and it includes affordable housing for young families as well. Some of the bigger issues we do face is housing, affordable housing. And we had a senior housing committee, then an affordable housing committee, and we decided to make it one committee. And so, you know, we're looking at different properties, and Linden was one of the properties that we did look at, because, you know, we're looking at properties that the town owns that's open, that's on a bus route that could make sense. So I just wanted to let you know that. But Kim, to your point earlier, so you know that this has also come up before we had talked about housing there. So we got to figure out what we're going to do there. We heard you. Sean, next step?
Are we going to consider, so one of the requests tonight, the item on the later in the docket is whether the housing people are going to go forward and prepare drawings for housing. Are we going to move forward on that also? Or is that, I don't know how we want to tackle that.
I think we need to at least hear it.
Okay.
Doesn't mean we go forward with any of it. We just need to hear it. We heard the residents, they're here tonight. I think while we have them here, they can hear it. And then, you know, we heard them loud and clear, but I want to make sure that everything's on the table and it's up front that, you know, there's different uses being looked at there.
Yep.
So
That's one thing. The second item on the docket is whether we will apply for grant funding for this property for recreation.
So I think we should hear the affordable housing piece of it next then.
Yep. And then just to summarize, I have the comments that came from this evening. The bathroom, the running toilet bathroom seemed to be very unpopular. I need to do some research on the sound, and that might be just a shift of cost from the bathroom to the sound system.
I thought that was a good idea that, I forget, Kevin brought up.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think those are the primary two things. And again, I think just one thing Mr. Marnane brought back up with the field, and I think people, you know, when we looked at it, we basically are just looking at, if you look at the topography, we need to move 5 feet of the soil from one side to the other to make that flat. That's all we're looking at, so that the flat area on the west side of the property is just available, you know, still that flat space, so when kids go up and play, there's a large flat area for them to play. It's not to have leagues in there or anything like that. It's just to have that big flat area.
Okay. Dennis?
Thank you, Paul. I also like to, Sean, just, you know, some of the concerns that just came up that are immediate is the litter, you know, to maybe get somebody to take a look into that. You know, I know we've got to pass a new litter ordinance.
I've already got a schedule with Bob, meeting
Okay.
scheduled with Bob to go through those, as well as the comments about the police department. So those will be addressed first thing in the morning.
And on the Middletown website, there's a key that you can go in and say, you know, you want to share a comment or a request, okay? So if you go to the middletownri.com, there's a button right in there, and you can say, hey, we got trash issue over here at Linden. Can someone come pick it up for us? And you can actually register that. It goes to the right department, and they'll come out and service it. So we do want to keep Middletown clean, and so that's something right away. And maybe even that asphalt that's back there, Sean, I don't know how big that is. I mean, I looked at it, but I don't know how big a project. It sounds like that's causing maybe some current problems today. I don't know if we can remove that or, you know, how that would work, but just a thought.
Okay. Okay, Tom?
Thank you. So a couple of comments based on what we heard tonight. I am for the bathrooms, and I'll tell you why. Because we already have a porta-john there, so certainly there is a need. The fact that we have water and sewer there only says to me, why couldn't we make it more permanent? Pete Kane was actually the one that told me about the programmable locks, and we could certainly base that on the time use that the park is available. Pickleballers typically, I think, are older. Bathroom's a thing. I know my wife.
Oh, come.
My wife loathes porta-johns, so she's talking again. Anyway, I think a clean facility that, obviously I've heard a number of questions about who's going to maintain it. Well, I know the porta-john guys come through once a week, so if you hit it on the first day, it's good, but after that, it kind of goes downhill. So you know, I don't know how we address that. It's a good question. It's something we need to look at. But a nicer bathroom, if you go to Bristol, Cold State Park, or any of those, and you go in a nice bathroom, I don't see why we can't do it in this situation. The trash cans, I battled with Will about this a number of times, and the dog bag dispenser and all that. I'm torn on that because you put the dog bag dispenser and typically people will pick them up and put it in the trash. Well, once you put the trash there, then people are stuffing regular trash in there. You put a trash can there, people take the stuff from their house or whatever. You always get that percentage of people that are gonna fill it with trash. So, carry in, carry out, I think, I hate to give in on that, but I agree. It's obviously a problem, and maybe we have to have a trash can there, and then we gotta pick it up. But as far as the noise goes, Fred from Pickleball, I thought he had a great point. I don't know anything about the noise of the ball, except supposedly there's new technology on the ball itself, which greatly reduces the sound when it's hit by the racket. So I think that's something we should look at. I know you can't force, check people's balls when they come into the court, but, people mention the orientation of the courts, and I think if you notice anywhere you go, tennis court nets are oriented east-west. So to turn them maybe end along West Main Road, but I think that's the reason for where they are. The playground, I absolutely agree. I have been there. It's awful. Quidnick School is awesome. So somewhere in between the two. It certainly could use an upgrade, and if we're going to look at the whole property, which I agree with, that, we shouldn't just jam something in a corner and then wait for whoever talks next to find another spot for it. We should think about the whole concept, and the playground should definitely be part of it. And lastly, parking spaces, whereas I agree that broken up asphalt on the east end probably should be removed, I am concerned with pickleball having enough spaces and the rest of the use of the park. Pickleball is a great community, and one of the nice things about the game is that you don't necessarily have to come with 4 people or even 2. You can just, rotate in volleyball. So you end up with a number of people there that aren't necessarily on the court, begs more parking spaces. I just want to make sure we look into that sufficiently. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Any other councilors like to weigh in on? No? Okay. Anybody else in the public?
Yes.
Mrs. Santos?
This is going to be continued, correct?
Yeah, we're not making any decisions. I mean, we need to take in the information. Sean will come back with a new recommendation, I would think, based upon some of the information we heard tonight. Is that fair to say, Sean, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
When will we hear this again? Just so,
If I could have 2 meetings, only because Warren hasn't returned to work yet.
okay, so you want it maybe the second meeting in January or
That would
first
be-
meeting in February?
Second meeting in January would be perfect.
Second meeting in January, okay.
So everybody heard that.
Okay.
Second, we-
I have one more thing to say.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Tom?
Thank you. So, the gentleman that spoke about the bushes, don't know how long the last time they were trimmed. Well, that is a common theme throughout the town, and it's not for lack of DPW or the Park and Rec or the schools not wanting to get there, but we literally only have enough people and equipment to cut the grass. So, I was gonna sarcastically say that we leave the bushes high to deaden the noise, but then I said it's probably not the way to go. So maybe we need to incorporate with this, as we expand the parks, and we're gonna talk about Paradise Park, and we talked about the Valley, we keep adding on, but we don't add equipment or personnel. So it's not gonna get better until we put some money there too, so.
Okay.
Good.
Any further comments? Okay, thank you very much. Sean, which one you want to go to now? 15?
I think you want
Do
to,
you want to close the public hearing?
Yep, we'll close, go ahead, Tom.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Okay.
So looking at number 6, are we going to get back to number 6? Because there is a deadline on that.
We're going to do that tonight. We're just going to go to see if there's any interest in Frank's plan that he came up with at the last affordable housing meeting for Linden, and
As long as it's coming back, I just didn't want to skip over it or miss something.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. Okay, Tom?
All right, so we're talking about number 4, public hearing remains open.
No, number 5.
Number 5.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Let's move on to number 15. We closed it. Yeah, but we'll hear it,
January 2nd is going to be.
no, it's the second meeting in January.
Right. Will be the second meeting on it.
Yeah.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I have something on the docket number 12, but it's a summary of what they're going to be talking about in the next affordable housing. So can I just read that in and then?
No, I think we're gonna stick with Linden Park.
Okay.
You know, so I mean, that's gonna be part of it, but some of that'll be covered.
Okay.
Which will mean is reduce your time talking about the other ones.
Oh, boy.
Okay. So number 15, memorandum of town administrator references drawings of affordable housing plans.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
Sean, we're specifically just a summary, but we're gonna tackle Linden Park first.
So the the Affordable Housing Committee had made a recommendation to the town council that they would like to do further investigation into the Berkeley Peckham School site, the Oliphant School site in Linden Park, and have asked that we authorize additional monies for our architect to do some additional drawings so that we could start to visualize and analyze what we could construct on those properties. In the memorandum that was provided to me by our consultant, Frank Spinella, we do have the money available in the existing contract to do the work necessary for the Berkeley Peckham property. However, he has suggested, after conversation with our architect, that we need an additional $7,500 to look at the Oliphant School site and the Linden Park site. And that would provide us with some money to do some study work regarding the scale of what can be constructed, give us an idea of how many units could be constructed on each site, and then he can follow up with a financial analysis to determine, or at least give us a better idea about project viability. And Frank is here to answer any questions on that phase of our project.
Okay.
Okay, we're getting there.
So
Yeah, just back.
we started, the Affordable Housing Committee, as Sharon said, we're looking at, we actually toured these sites. We toured Berkeley Peckham. That's been on the table for a while. The neighbors came out last year and said, look, we weren't aware of this, and there was some resistance to that because of the size of the building. That was the drawing that came out. We've refined that, or in the process of trying to refine that, to keep it within its footprint. Because, look, we have, probably the biggest issue we're facing is housing, and affordable housing, whether it's seniors or whether it's young families. Young families just can't afford to live here unless you're fortunate enough to be given a property or from your parents or whoever gives it to you. So we're looking at properties that the town currently owns because that's the most affordable way for us to be able to do that. So one of the drawings that Sean's talking about is Berkeley Peckham. We also toured Oliphant School, which is currently in use by the school administration on the second floor and the regional special ed administration on the third floor. That's a wonderful opportunity for the town for affordable housing, whether it be senior housing or younger family housing. There's a drawing that Frank showed us, came up with as preliminary, just all preliminary stuff. The thing about Oliphant is that you can add on to it. And you can actually have a whole separate unit in the back by those ball fields. And then we talked about Linden, because, you know, we were, one of the charges of the committee was to identify properties. Whether any of these happen or not, I don't know. But they're all on the table. You know, we have to prioritize what the needs are for the town. Now, if I live next to Linden, I probably wouldn't want to see affordable housing or housing there either. I'd probably want to see a park. But as a counselor, you're looking at what the needs are of the town, and you say, we have to look at all these options. So that's why it's on the table, and that's why there's kind of two things going on there now with, you know, pickleball courts and recreational uses, and there's also in the background drawing for affordable housing units. State law mandates us to have 10% affordable housing, and we are currently at, I think, maybe 4.5%, 5%. Thank you, Frank. I got the hand in the back of 5. So we're doing the best we can and looking at every option possible to try and see what's the best fit for each property. What works? What does the community want? Are we going to get pushback from the residents? Can we make sure we give them all the facts so they can make informed decisions? Not looking to change anybody's mind, but just get the facts out there. But housing is the biggest issue we're facing in this town, that the state's facing, and actually the country's facing. So, especially here, the way the prices of real estate. So that's kind of what we're looking at, and that's why we're tying this one into the Linden Park as well, because you folks are here tonight, and we want to make sure that it's transparent, it's out there, it's on the table, whether you agree, respectfully disagree. It's nothing's in concrete. So that's what we're going to hear tonight. And Frank, I don't know if you want to come up or if you have any, and Frank, by the way, is a Middletown resident, just so you know. Yes, sir. So I don't know if you want to add anything. Frank's part of the committee. As a matter of fact, the Affordable Housing Committee, as far as councilors go, it's Dennis is the chairman, and Teresa and I are on it. We're members of it, but there's other members of it as well. And so in the background, you know, there's a lot going on in the town, and we're trying to tackle this housing issue, which isn't going to go away. Now, there are some other proposals that have recently come to light. The old Skater Island, West Main Road, Messalola family, they are proposing X amount of units. We feel between, and then the West House, Sean, is it West House on Forest?
Yes.
Church Communities proposing, I think, 70 units there.
54, I believe.
Close enough, Frank. So, just kidding. So between Messalola and Church Community expanding, and potentially what we could do on a couple of sites, it could add an additional 150 units of housing in Middletown, where we really need about 300 to 320 units. Are we going to chase that percentage? No. We're going to do what's right for Middletown. And so we're trying to solve a lot of issues, and so that's why you might say, well, why the fields and why the housing? Because both things kind of, the fields came up earlier, but in the recent Affordable Housing Committee meetings, we've been exploring every property possible in Middletown. So anything you'd like to add, Frank? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
No, Mr. President, thank you, members of the council.
Just your name and address for the record.
Frank Spinella, 79 Peckham Lane, Middletown. I am the consultant for the council and for the committee for affordable housing. I've been doing this since 1993, full-time. And
I would just like to say, Frank does this all over the country, so it's not just Middletown. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Affordable housing is far less controversial than pickleball. So everywhere we go, everyone wants affordable housing, not pickleball.
Yeah.
So I think that the charge that I've been given, asked by the committee as well as the council, is to review these, study each site, and then come back with a presentation so that the committee and then ultimately you all can make the decision on what is best for the town. So my charge is simply to provide you information. And we're at the point now where we have some money left in the budget for the Berkeley Peckham site. And if you would like us to pursue those other 2 sites that we did tour and are considering, nothing is set in stone, no type of housing. There's been no discussion of any of that other than it needs a little further explanation and exploration. So
Okay.
that's where we are.
Mrs. Von Villis.
Yes, I'm just thinking about something, what was mentioned tonight, in passing, I think, was the possibility of the expansion of the Oliphant property. Perhaps you want to explain, I've asked you this question before, I asked you when we were doing the tour. There is an issue having to do with money and having 50 pieces. And so what we're looking at to make the money more readily available from the right sources is to have 50 units that the town would be doing as opposed to these other private kinds of things. And we would not be able to do that with just the Berkeley Peckham and Oliphant as it is. But I had not heard, and we did not talk about the expansion of Oliphant in any way, because if that could do that, if we could expand that so that in fact we would have the 50 units, we would not have to go to the Linden property. And I'm wondering if that's something that the council would be interested in considering.
Well, there were two, Mrs. Vaughn, I'm glad you brought that up. There were 2 options, well, two options presented during the tour. There was the existing Oliphant building, maybe with a little addition on the north side of it. And then there was a whole nother separate unit towards the northern side where the ball fields, where they play single A.
Well, I don't remember that.
Yeah. So, but there's different options. I mean, that's what we're exploring now, and that's why Frank's here tonight, and that's why this is on the docket. But to Mrs. Von Villis's point, and thank you for bringing that up, is that, you know, there's different ways to go about this as far as financial and tax credits, where investors would come in, but they won't come in and develop it unless there's X amount of units.
Mm-hmm.
So the number is roughly 50 or so.
Yes, so if you look at both the Messalella development, their phase 1 is 100% affordable, and that's, or 80% affordable. And the number of affordable low-income housing tax credit units they're going to build is 51, I believe, there. And then the West House expansion is 54 units. So you're seeing a theme there, as you say, Ms. Von Villis. And so we've been in search of approximately 50 units under the low-income housing tax credit program, if you were going to look at that. But one of the other things that we're discussing and that Sean has asked me to update is the market study that we started 2 years ago, because when we had commissioned that market study, both for the Berkeley Peckham site and the town-wide need for affordable housing, those other developments weren't being proposed. So now that they're being proposed in roughly 100 units or so of low-income housing tax credit units, 54 of those which will be exclusively for seniors under the West House proposal, and they have not received master plan yet, I don't believe. But at some point, if that goes forward, those units need to be considered in the updated market study. So then we can determine what the true need of the town is, not what this, as you say, what the state mandates, but what our true need is here.
Can't you just take 104 minus from what we did before?
No, because it's always evolving.
Oh, okay, Frank, all right. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at, and that's why Frank's here tonight. Frank's an expert in the field, and it's very, very complicated as far as the financials go, and how these things are financed, and there's different ways to do it. You know, the most popular way, and probably the most affordable way, is through tax credits, versus the town doing it on their own and trying to fund it themselves. And, you know, towns really aren't in the real estate business. So, and then there's the contractor's definition of affordable, and then there's our definition of affordable. We want to make sure there's a formula there, that they have to meet the AMI index of 80.
Yeah, so under the low-income housing tax credit program, you need to be at or below 60% of area median income to qualify for those units. I think in our original market study, we determined that there is a need at that level. There's a need for senior housing at that level. There's a need for family housing at that level. But there's also a need for first-time home buyers. So the state statute is the low and moderate income law, not necessarily just the low-income law. So in town, we know how expensive it is to purchase a home. And so there's that first-time home buyer, also affordable piece that we're trying to consider and see where that might fit within the community.
Right. Yep, so that's kind of what we're doing and what we're looking at, and that's why we were looking at the town properties that were available, so. Okay, Mrs. Santos.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to ask either gentleman, Frank or Mr. Brown, is the senior housing going to take over the Berkeley part of that area? Or is it just going to be the Peckham part? Everyone refers to this development as Berkeley Peckham. It's not Berkeley Peckham, it's just the Peckham part. Am I correct or am I wrong?
You are correct.
So why does everybody refer to Berkeley Peckham? Berkeley is the senior center. So why is everybody referred to as Berkeley Peckham Complex? It's not, it's just the Peckham. Am I right?
So the property is all one property?
I realize that.
And there is a connector building between them that we'd have to deal with one way or the other. So whether we renovate the senior center or help them as part of what they've petitioned for grant money is to update the HVAC system there. So that would be part of any development that we do there, would be to build on the Peckham site, but also assist in the renovation of the Berkeley site, which is, as you know, the senior center.
But the Berkeley part will not be considered for senior housing. Am I correct? Or am I?
I have been given that direction clearly by you, Mrs. Santos.
Okay. My number 2 question. Has the land in back of Oliphant School, which at one time was known as the Northeast School District, back when Mr. Campagna was our town clerk, was that ever filed with the town? Was the deed ever transferred to the town? It's before your time, sir, I know.
Yeah, so part of our exploration would be to exactly find out what the property is. Because we know the ball fields and the school themselves, that part of it we know is, but then with the brook and the other side of it, not sure what's there yet. So we'd have to explore that in the title and the deed and that sort of thing.
Now, you're saying you have to explore the ballparks? In other words, that hasn't been transferred over to the town?
Oh, no. It's, as far as we know, the town owns all of that.
It's on record.
As far as we know. That's why we're here tonight, to do the research so that we can come back with a competent proposal.
Okay, all right.
So what do we need? We need a motion to go ahead with.
We do.
Okay.
We do.
Let's get there.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Sean, do you have anything?
No, I would just request your support on the resolution to award the additional work.
Okay, let's read in number 16 then. Resolution of the council in reference to authorize the town administrator to execute a change order to FJS Associates, additional drawings of affordable housing plans.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second?
We have a motion, a second to pass. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go back.
Motion to recess.
You want to take a break?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Yes.
Okay. All right, 5 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Thought you were going to say no. Motion to reconvene.
Second?
We have a motion, a second to reconvene. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's go to number
Pick one.
Number 6. Memorandum of Town Plan in reference to RIDM Recreational Grant, Development Grant.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Sean?
So we have 3 recommendations for, this is the grants, right? We're on grants. We have to submit our application for the 2022 RIDM grant application program. The application deadline is December 17th of 2021. The grant amount available is up to $400,000, and it would require a 20% match of local funds. So the staff went through and identified 3 projects. The first is the Linden Park project, which we discussed at length tonight, which has a cost of about $691,000. The grant request would be for $400,000 and would have a match requirement of $292,000. The second area that we identified was an application for Paradise Park Trails, basically 4/10 of a mile of new mulch trail within the undeveloped park area, which is also known as the diocese property. Project cost is estimated at $100,000. The grant request would be $80,000, and the town match would be $20,000. And then lastly, the third priority would be basically adding on to the multi-purpose fields. That would include an addition of a concession stand, a solar-powered scoreboard, and LED lights for the playing field. We've applied for this before and didn't receive the grant, and it doesn't score as well on the grant within the grant application process because it only provides an incremental increase in the amount of recreation on the property. The total cost of that project would be $707,000. The grant request would be $400,000, and then the total match from the town would be $307,000. So those are the 3 projects that we've brought forward for your consideration. We are required to have this discussion publicly in order to submit the grant, but those are the 3 that we're bringing forward for this grant round.
Okay, so we have to apply by
The 17th.
of this month?
Correct.
Okay, we're prepared to do that?
We are, and my suggestion
Priorities.
Just on Linden Park, we can still submit that. It would be very similar to what we did with the Kempinar Valley on the trail grant. This is the same program, whereas we could apply for the grant, and if it doesn't work out, or if we need to reallocate money one way or another, we can make that choice when we decide, when it's determined whether or not we get the grant or not. From tonight's discussion, the only thing I would ask possibly is if, while we have the dollar amount, the $691, although we're already at the $400,000 mark, I guess I would ask the council if we could submit the grant, and then if we get it, we can bring it back and make a final decision on whether or not that's what we do. But I think it's a mistake if we miss applying in the grant round.
Okay, Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I looked at this a little more globally, and I understand that we're not committed. We could do it for just in case, but the reality is that our priorities, our council priorities that we all agreed on, being housing, education, taxes, West Main Road, short-term rentals, and water. It's not recreation right now, and we're going to need those funds for those priorities that are very important to this town. That's what we decided upon. So I'm looking at, a $292,000 bill for this particular plan for Linden, $307,000 bill for amenities at the multipurpose field that, I'm pretty sure that the neighbors didn't know this was happening or got notified, and this has come up as a conversation before. Those numbers I think are too high given our priorities, and the trails, that's a reasonable investment for what we're getting back. But didn't know, I was wondering why the Valley Park Trail expansion wasn't on this list, because we split that, this council did, into 2 phases. So I'm just, I guess I'm in a different seat looking at this, and I don't think we have to jump on everything that comes our way if it doesn't match our priorities.
I think some of the, and Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, it's just from, you bring up some valid points. Some of the monies are different buckets of monies that can be used for certain things, but not other things.
Correct.
So even if it was, say, Linden Park, would that, Sean, that 291,000 would come from where, and could it be used for any of the priorities Terry's referencing?
Not necessarily. I think, we would look at, again, we have the open space bond monies. There's other capital monies that are available.
Right.
I mean, again, and this goes back to the conversation about the valley, I don't think we're not doing something because we're doing these projects. I don't necessarily think that we're just stopping work. You know what I mean? I think we can have a broader focus to serve the whole community. I
Right.
don't see us not being able to do that.
No, I understand that,
yeah.
but just to the point of, and you bring up a great point, but some of those monies, like open space, can't be used for education, or can't be used for affordable housing.
Well, if it's a bond, that's a loan. We pay for those monies. We don't need to do that.
We do, but they're not the same bucket of money. When you're saying they could be used, I was only saying that because you're saying priorities, and we could be using that money for something else. Certain buckets of money can only be used for certain things.
And I do understand that.
And so on the other side of the glass being potentially half full is that, why not, to Sean's point, why not at least explore it and apply for it? While other communities are going to do it, we're always looking for recreational opportunities. So my opinion is why not? But I understand what you're saying. The average person, unless you're involved in it, may not get that. Well, why are they doing this when, to your point, when we should be doing that?
Well, I'd hate to borrow money for recreation and pay interest on it when we might need to borrow for something else like housing or education.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If it's a bond, right, we would pay interest on
Yeah,
that.
but I don't see, like, the housing is most likely going to be financed from the
An
private
investment.
sector, where I don't see us borrowing money for housing projects that we're talking about.
Well, we don't know what we might need to make those applications sweet. I think right now, there's a lot, Frank left, but there's a lot of unknowns, and we really don't know if we're going to need that to move forward in a direction that we have prioritized.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
I have 2 questions. One of the problems I have with these type of discussions, kind of hitting on what Terry was saying, but, so we take the highest priority, Linden Park, potential town cost, $291,000. I don't know how I'm supposed to decide on that when I don't know where that money's coming from. Like, if you said, we have $500,000 in this account and it's for recreation, do you want to spend 291 of it on this project? Or, because it's always another bucket, or it's from somewhere, I don't know where it's coming from. Do we have any left? We don't have any? I don't know how I'm supposed to make that decision. And that's the first question, or comment. And the second one is, we got to decide, it's like, hurry up again, December 17th. How did we get to December, whatever it is today, and we got to decide in 2 weeks? Did this just come out?
These are fairly quick cycles, yes.
That is really quick.
And the same thing happened with Paradise, with the Valley grant. It's the same sort of deadline. These things, they come out, they're short windows for the grant cycles.
Kind of like resurfacing the track.
So, we've obviously spent a lot of time tonight talking about Linden Park and at other meetings, so it's got to have some sort of priority. Otherwise, we're wasting a lot of resources putting in, with the Open Space Committee and all this other stuff. So, the $291,000 is going to come from a capital source, whether it's a borrowing or one of the other capital programs.
I guess I just don't, I never have a feel like, if I want to buy a new car, I know how much money I have to spend. I never know that. I mean, the fact I have faith in you, if you put it here, that we can pay for it somehow, but there's got to be an end to it somewhere. It's like, can we do all three of them?
So, from a philosophical standpoint, the problem with the town of Middletown is we don't have enough money, but we have residents and businesses that want to spend a lot of money. We're considered an arbiter community. And the challenge that you have being on the council is that when something comes in, it's always difficult to spend the money because it's very precious to the community. You basically are constantly having to make a choice between one thing or another. So I think your frustration is really the nature of the community itself. We don't necessarily have a high median income. And again, people have high expectations as far as the services and different things that they look for from the community. So I think we try to make sure you have information about where the balances are in the different funds. But I think the reason, and even, tonight's conversation is even more interesting because you're not only arbitrating dollars, but you're arbitrating the use of Linden Park, where we're land challenged. And Paul and I have had this conversation, when we talk about some of the open space opportunities that are available, is as we continue to look for opportunities to develop opportunities for our residents, the availability of land is somewhat of a challenge because a lot of it is just preserved for open space. It doesn't lend itself for pickleball, for building new housing or things like that. So again, I think we try to make it easy from the standpoint that Mark puts a lot of effort into letting you know where the balances are and the reserves, but I think we're wrestling a lot, and and I think the council's trying to be aggressive and trying to get a lot of things done. So, if you decided to put affordable housing in Linden Park, then the problem goes away. I don't need $291,000.
I appreciate.
There's a time, I think we're constantly balancing sort of cash flow, trying to sequence projects so they make sense.
And maximize grants when they're available.
Yeah, so if you can build a park, a $700,000 park for, so you're getting half of it over 60 cents on the dollar from the state, that's what you're looking for. Or if it's the Paradise Parks, 20 cents on the dollar. Those are the opportunities we look for, and unless we put the application in, you're not going to have any opportunity to consider it. So
Okay.
I thank you for all of that. I think my problem is I'm not articulating the question well enough because all of that, whoop, right over my head. I didn't get it. So I'll ask you later.
I get a lot of projects thrown at me.
Okay.
I know you do. I have one more thing to say.
Okay.
And that is, I'm confused by the multi-purpose amenities because I had nothing to do with the town at the time. However, I specifically remember there was not going to be any lights. So why is there lights in there?
That's not the case. That's not true. That was brought up right from when I sat right here with the lacrosse people, there was a table right here from the very first meeting, going back probably about 6 years. That was brought up then.
For what?
It's not just lacrosse, it could be for, and I know Karen and Mrs. Kelly are here tonight, they're neighbors there, they don't want it.
Understood.
Because
I remember, yeah.
So that was brought up then because it's not just lacrosse, it's also Pop Warner and whoever else wants to use it. Now, those lights aren't supposed to, there was a study done, Sean, correct?
Right. So
And
they're the doctor's.
we only would go forward with it if it's not going to affect the neighbors, and that's specifically what we said. Now, their existing lights, that's a different story. They're not going to be that high, supposedly. I can't remember exactly, but that's how that evolved.
But it also says concession stand. There's a concession stand 150 yards away.
I don't know where that came from.
So
That was never talked about.
We've submitted this application before, and it's been rejected through the grant program with these features that were identified. So this is a project that, and I could get the year, or Ron, do you remember what year we applied for this? 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, the council approved this same grant application, and and it wasn't awarded. So it's,
Not ever agreeing to that.
Okay. Yes, Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So back to Tom's question, if I've got it right, because what I would like to see also is, and you triggered it when you asked your question, so maybe I misinterpreted it, is when you're proposing expenditures, to identify, and you do usually on the resolutions, what funds they're coming out of, but to also have maybe the current balance of that fund, and so we can see what percentage of the proposal is going to draw down on that fund, would help make a decision from our standpoint.
It's not a resolution, though, and that could change.
No, I'm using that as an example on the
but
resolutions.
you're not making a commitment tonight to spend the money. I mean,
Right.
if that's the way we're going to do it, then are you telling me we're going to make a reservation of fund balance somewhere for $291,000 and that
No,
money
you-
won't be available in the future?
No, that you would just say, with this, what I would propose, a possibility would be that we have an open space bond we could draw on. For example, this is just for example, to give us an idea what you're thinking as to, down the line, where that funding would come from.
I guess this is like a chicken and the egg conversation. Again, I have projects thrown at me by all 7 of you, and without these conversations, and Mr. Welch saying, I'm not going to support, the third project. So I really need your feedback, and then I can provide that, but,
So would they come all from the same line item financially, or different ones? or-
I'm giving you the same answer, I just don't know. I
Don't
can't-
know unless you receive the grant, and then you'll come up with a resolution, and he'll let you know where that money's coming from, if it's available. We're not gonna commit money and then hold it, and then not get a grant.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
wouldn't
and then the other
expect that
piece is-
to
But
be
that's what-
held.
that's what
I
you're
just,
look-
I'm
that's what
not
you're looking
asking for it to be held. I'm asking for an idea as to how it would be funded if indeed that we got it. I'm
He
not
said that, it'd be open space bond.
Okay, so,
And then the other consideration is you get the grant, whether you want it or not. You may have this is another piece, is you may have a different council when the grant award comes in. So you have different people considering depending on timing. And then the other piece is when the grant award comes in, you may just not necessarily decide to spend it that year, but you may decide to wait a year after that. I mean, the grant comes in, it's not necessarily you spend the money right away. You might say, okay, we'll do that in the next budget cycle. So there's.
So alls we're doing tonight is either authorizing him or not authorizing him to
Correct.
submit the grant. That's all we're doing.
so can I ask about the Valley Park trails, which are not on this, the rest of them?
So the Valley Park trails aren't on there because we haven't started the project. It won't score high enough to get another grant award for just the reasons we're talking about. Until RIDEM sees that part of the project going, executed, it just won't score well enough to get another grant award on its heels. Ron and I reviewed that, and that's been an issue we've had before.
Oh, I see.
So,
Okay.
Chris?
Sean, quick question. So if we submit this grant application, let's say we get the award for the total amount, the full amount.
$400,000, yep.
Can we turn it down later on if new information comes to light and we don't want
Absolutely.
to spend the capital
Yes.
dollars? So no harm, no foul.
No.
Submit the application. Done.
For which ones, though? For all of them?
Put in as many projects as humanly possible.
It's for one
Doesn't
grant
matter.
for 400,000, depends upon what we want to choose to use it on.
That's what I'm asking,
So
for
there-
which
but
one?
there's 3 projects, so
They ranked in order from the administrator and his team. Linden Park would be number 1, Paradise Park Trails would be number 2, and the lights over, or the scoreboard and the potential concession over at the middle school would be number 3, which wouldn't even, I've never seen the concession on there before, so I don't know where that came from, but that's,
It is
I wouldn't put a concession over there. We already have a concession over there.
we could remove the concession stand if you want
Yep.
and adjust the dollar amount.
No, that's just me.
So 2 of them take up the whole $400,000.
Yeah.
Are we only choosing one of these 3? Or are we prioritizing them?
There's 3 projects prioritized as.
So if we got 400,000 and we decide to go with Linden Park, it'd be that one because of the cost of it.
Right.
It all depends upon the cost.
Mr. President, if I
Yeah.
could.
Yes.
It's actually 400,000 per project that we
Oh.
submit. So it's going to operate.
I wasn't aware of that. I
it's gonna
apologize.
operate as 3 separate grant applications, $400,000 max each.
Oh, I thought it was 400,000 total.
But we still can walk away.
Yes.
No harm, no foul.
That's right,
Submit
that's
it.
the important, Chris.
Okay.
Spend 15
So
minutes.
what are we doing? What are we?
So I would like to present, I would like to
So
apply.
we're gonna vote on it right now. We're gonna read this next one in, and we vote either yes or no, we go forward with it.
Could we, could,
To get the money.
well, because they're separate grants
Yes.
that all max out at 400,000. I don't know why we don't just throw the Valley Trails application in there as well. How hard
'Cause he
could it be?
just
It's
gave
half
it-
written.
he's the administrator, and he just gave us a reason why.
Well, he doesn't think it would score enough to,
We haven't even begun work on the last grant that we received.
just saying.
Okay.
No harm, no foul.
Number 7, resolution of the council in reference to 2022 RIDM Recreational Grant, Development Grant, authorizing the planning department to prepare and submit grant applications.
Second.
Second.
Applications. Motion to pass said resolution.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to pass said resolution. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Are we, I know I'm not getting this, but I don't know what to do about it, because I'm gonna say no if I don't understand. Are we saying yes to putting in 3 separate applications? And we're voting on them, it's either all or none?
No.
Because I'll go for the first 2, but not that last one. So I have to say no to all of them?
We can split the motion, can we not?
Peter? We've never done that in the past.
Withdraw the motion and you could.
Just withdraw the motion and take the third one off of there.
Are we
Wow.
required to provide 3 options, Ron?
It's, all we're doing is authorizing a grant.
Yes, I know.
To submit an application. We're not authorizing any monies, anything like that. We won't even know if we're gonna get the grant.
No, all we're authorizing is for an application.
Nope.
And some of us
Okay.
might want to approve that third one, so just taking it off isn't a good solution
Okay,
either.
that's fine. You wanna vote on them individually?
It's up to the council. You can.
That's what we're gonna
you
do.
Withdraw the motion. we
That's
can
what the
withdraw
vice president
vote
wants to
them
do, with motion to withdraw the motion. Can I get a
Motion to withdraw
second?
the motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, let's take them individually. So motion to pass said resolution for the Linden Park revitalization.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion to approve the grant application for Paradise Park Trails.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to approve the Gaudet School lights and concession stand, and what was the other one?
Scoreboard.
Scoreboard. All in favor?
Mr. President, I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
So if I understand this correctly, if we get the dollars, we don't necessarily have to put lights there. We can use that money
Correct.
to do whatever
We
we
can
want.
do
with that
whatever,
field.
that's correct.
Well,
So if we get it,
No,
You
gets approved
can't,
for that project.
if the.
I mean, to that
grant
project.
If the grant application is for those specific amenities,
You have
you
to do it
cannot
that way.
change the nature of the project
think
if
so.
you get the grant without approval of the grantor, in this case, RIDA. So you'd have to go back and say, hey, we want to change.
Oh, okay, but we still go
Okay, you
back
don't-
and
you-
change.
There are strings attached.
You don't
based
have
on
to,
what
you
you're
don't have to
proposing.
spend the money, you know, at that time.
Right, you can send it
But you
back.
have to use it for what it's
Right.
written
But
for.
if you
ask
decide not
for
to,
a
you could
change.
reapply, right? If you decide,
Right.
if we decide, no,
Okay.
we're not gonna use it for that. we can
Okay.
reapply, if they say no, then.
Let's
we
move
can
along.
reapply. Okay,
Okay,
thank you
So-
for answering my question.
no
Got your
problem.
second
Thank you, sir, I appreciate that. Motion is second to approve the lights and concession and the scoreboard at Gaudet Field. All in favor?
there. Aye.
Oppose? Aye. Okay, let's move along, thank you. Okay. Number 8, we've already discussed. Number 9, memorandum of town council president in reference to discussion of projected school department deficit.
Motion received said memorandum.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to receive, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
Run number 9.
Okay.
Are we at 9 or 8? Which one's Paul's? Is Paul going first?
We did 8.
From you, so
Okay.
why Sean has one question?
you want me to start?
It doesn't matter to me. I just was,
Do you want to do 10? or
We're gonna do,
the same
we'll do
thing?
these together. Memorandum of Town Administrator reference to School Department, fiscal issues requiring immediate attention.
Motion received said memorandum.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, on sometime in early November, I received a phone call from Mr. Brown stating that the superintendent informed him that they had a deficit going on at the school department. So at that particular time, I said to him, well, how much? And he said, we're not sure. Could be upwards of $1 million. So I said, okay, what's the plan? And he said, at that particular time, I started informing my colleagues because I didn't want them to, for me to know something and them not to know something. So he said the school department is going to work on it over the weekend and get us a number. I called Mr. Brown on that following Monday morning, or Monday afternoon, and do you have a number yet? Because, you know, it raises questions. And sometimes when there's a deficit, it's, you know, if you see 100,000 to 200,000, if you've been doing this long enough, it may not raise eyebrows because sometimes the federal money or the federal funding or state funding doesn't necessarily follow our funding from a budget perspective. So, you know, sometimes it's not a big deal. So finally that Thursday afternoon, Mr. Brown had contacted me and said it's roughly $1 million, or 1.5 million, I believe, based upon $800,000 from the previous year and the potentially projected this year. So whether that number is accurate or not, I don't know. So then there was going to be a school department meeting to discuss that in executive session. Why it was discussed in executive session, I don't know. It certainly doesn't meet our criteria of executive session: litigation, contract negotiations, and personnel. So whatever reason it was discussed in executive session, came to that meeting to hear what they had to say. Mr. Brown and Mr. Tangway attended that executive session with the school department there and the school administration and the school department's lawyer. They came out of the room and then they were 71,000 in the plus. So they weren't going to talk about it that day. So I said, I'm going to put it on the docket because I want to, if there's an issue, which there seems to be, we need to discuss it and we need to figure it out. So that's where I'm at with it. That's what I've shared with my colleagues. So Mr. Brown, I'll turn over your portion of it.
thank you. And Mark will correct me as I go along.
Sean, can you speak into the mic, please?
I can.
Excuse me, Mr. President, is there, I would like to address, before our town administrator goes into the points that he's made in the memo, I would like an opportunity to address the council.
About, I'm sure you're going to be asked certain questions.
Well, before the questions, I would like to address the council on a number of things that are in the memo and to describe the course of events.
Okay, so let's let Mr. Brown discuss it.
I think respectfully, I would like to go first.
I think Mr. Brown's going to go first because he's up next, and then you can go after him, okay?
Well, before I answer any questions specifically.
You'll have your opportunity after Mr. Brown does, ma'am, okay? Sean.
I've provided you a memo that describes what I believe the numbers are, the correct numbers. For the month of November, we've had numbers that have fluctuated on a somewhat regular basis, and that has been the result of the school department finalizing their financial statements, as well as investigating journal entries that they were pursuing to close their books for the year. So to the council president's point, there has been an up and down to the numbers. At the meeting that the finance director and I attended, still a fluctuation of numbers, and I think a good decision was made at that meeting where the actions of the school committee were not finalized, especially given there were still some unknowns in how the accounting was going to be done for the period of June 30th, 2021. Just starting at the top of my memo, the school department for the fiscal year ending June 30th of 2021, that was originally reported to the town council back in July as a surplus of $266,000. That was a report that was provided and certified by the school department and presented to you by the finance director. And since that time, this is coming up towards November 8th, an additional $1.5 million of expenditures, and that's a net number, has been posted. And in the end, we've gone from that $266,000 surplus to a $326,000 deficit for the year. That's an important number because under state law, the school committee does not have the ability to deficit spend. That's an absolute. As Paul mentioned, when this was originally presented to me, the original discussion was that the deficit could be in the range of $1 million. That was something that needed to be reconciled by the superintendent and the business manager. It's a number that did decrease over time, again to that $326,000. But I did bring it to the council president's attention because it certainly wasn't something that we were anticipating. One of the things on the first page of the memo that I provided to you is that there is a significant decrease in the fund balance for the school department, and this is important because the way that I look at the finances that we're managing is I'm looking at it basically over a 3-year period. We have the period that just ended on June 30th of 21. We have the period that we're in right now that would end next year, June 30th, 22, the current budget year. And we're about 100 days from where the school department, the school committee will submit a budget to the town council for the fiscal year that will end in 23. So the balances that we're talking about tonight really affect, a 36-month period of time. When we began this fiscal year, or when we look at the balance of fund balance on June 30th of 2020, there was about $1.5 million of fund balance. And as the 21 budget got put together, there's a number of amounts that are important, because what it does is it draws down on the amount of reserves that are available as we are in the current year as well as in the next fiscal year. So you start, and this is at the bottom of the memo, you have an unrestricted fund balance of $1,542,000. In fiscal year 21, the audit that we just finished, we had used $524,000 of it to balance operations. That was an amount that was approved by the school committee and town council. And then on top of that, for fiscal year 21, you need to add the $326,000 deficit, which then you have to add on top of it for the fiscal year 22 budget. The town council and school committee budgeted another $590,000, which means that you have committed or committed fund balance as well as the overage in spending, which totals the $1,446,000, which brings your available or forecasted fund balance as of June 30th, 2021 down to $102,000, which is an amount that is well below the school committee's fund balance policy, but it also places the need to manage reserves for the school department onto the town's finance office, because essentially the school department will be operating without reserves. And that's probably one of the key numbers that we need to look at, because when we consider the current fiscal year, we have very little cushion if something does happen now or in the next 6 months, 7 months. Also, when the school department puts its budget together for next year, there will be no fund balance available to balance out operations as it's done in the past years. So what I'm going to do is just try to go slowly through each fiscal year to talk about them and what we need to do going forward from where we are right now. So for the fiscal year that we're closing, June 30th of 2021, again, we start off with the fund balance was at $1.5 million. We've committed the 524, the 590, and you have the overspent budget of 326, which leaves the balance of the 102. One of the things, so the thing to note is that the fund balance, the reserves have been mostly spent at this point in time. The school committee is going to have to meet with the administration and determine how they're going to address the fund balance that they maintain in accordance with their spending policy and minimum fund balance policy. So they're outside of their policy that they've adopted. The second issue that we have is, and Mark will talk about that as with the next item, is as of right now, the school department hasn't produced the financial statements and related supporting schedules necessary for the town to complete its annual audit. That's required by town charter and state statute. So the school committee and administration need to identify how they're going to accomplish that. We have received, and the auditors have received, copies of financial statements, but we haven't received all of the necessary supporting schedules for us to proceed to finalize the audit. So that's the outstanding work that needs to be completed there. Mark will, or has submitted an extension for the audit to February 28th of 2022. The school department, the administration has indicated they'll comply with the timeline with the auditors to achieve that date, but the key thing is that they need to achieve completing the work necessary. The main concern I have is that the inability for the town as a whole to complete its or prepare financial statements is a material weakness in its internal control structure. It's something that has to be corrected immediately. Not having financial reports for an organization like this is absolutely inappropriate. So that is something that is going to require everybody's attention and effort. The other issue that we have is that within the budget that was adopted by the school department for fiscal year 21, there's a line item that for that year identified, it was $1,550,000. The line item was basically represented spending reductions that needed to be made in the school department's program. When the council adopted the budget, there was a difference between the amount of revenue they had requested and the amount of revenue that they anticipated getting from the town. And the way the budget was balanced was with this entry, the essentially $6 million. The problem is that those reductions were never identified, whether that's through the complications of COVID or it's just a budget practice. The bottom line is that programmatic changes weren't made, and as we consider doing a variance analysis now, which is necessary to figure out where the deficit took place, that will be very challenging because we don't know, we have the actuals, but we really don't know what the management plan was to spend money at the department. Going forward, so the first priority, or one of the main priorities, is financial statements and related schedules need to be completed. They need to be submitted to the finance director, and they need to be submitted to the auditors so that we can complete the audit, so that we can submit an audit to the state, but also so we can understand what the bottom line is as far as the unrestricted fund within the school department. The second thing that needs to happen is the school committee is going to have to report formally to the town council that its expenditures have exceeded the fiscal year 21 appropriation. They need to prepare a corrective action plan, and they also need to provide an explanation of where the expenditures took place. The statute requires that once this overage is known, which we know it is now, I imagine they'll address this at their next meeting, that the school committee will report that information to you basically within a 5-day period. And again, that's stipulated under Rhode Island Statute 1629F. So those are the two main things that are related to the fiscal year that has closed and that is currently being worked on by both the town finance department and the school office. Did you want to add anything to 21? Okay. Did you have any questions on fiscal year 21? Or I can go through each year. I don't want to go too far.
No, I think you can just, does any
Okay.
councils have any questions?
Yep, I'll just keep going.
I think we're following along.
All right. The problems are going to reoccur basically in the current year that we're in. So the first thing is that I would say right now that, and again, we can argue this, but the fiscal year 22 budget is not balanced right now. And the reason it's not is because the school committee budgeted, again, $379,000 in that budget adjustments line that I talked about for fiscal year 21. So in 21, that dollar amount was $1.55 million. It's $379,000 for the current fiscal year. And to date, it's my understanding that no adjustments have been made. So we are now operating in a space where that dollar amount needs to be reconciled. So that is one major area of concern. There were items that I brought to your attention during the budget process for substitute teachers and maintenance costs that didn't have budget line items. I'm not sure right now if those costs have been budgeted for. However, there's obviously expenditures that are being made in those areas. The concern is as you take those together, we're basically at the mid-year point. It's December. And again, we're not, or I'm not sure what the budget for fiscal year 22 actually is. But again, my position on it is it's probably not balanced and therefore not in compliance with state statute. Going forward, and again, this is that action list and it's very similar to what I discussed before. The school committee needs, well, the first is a little different because we have a budget. The school committee needs to adopt a balanced budget in accordance with state statute 1629E. The school committee itself is responsible for adopting and maintaining a school budget that enables it to operate without incurring a debt, unless that $379,000 is identified, as well as some of the other line items that weren't properly funded when the budget was adopted. I think it's safe to say that the budget itself is not in balance and that there's a high risk that, we fall into the same spending pattern that we had last year. And that gets to the second recommendation, is that the school department needs to basically prepare the proper financial statements so that it can monitor and make sure that it doesn't overspend. Again, state statute does not allow the school committee to overspend its budget. It doesn't allow it, basically that the reason the statute's there is to prevent the school committee from passing the debt on to the town and having to resolve it. This is more complicated this year because you're not going to be able to fall back on the fund balance because it's been extinguished. So we need to identify that, or the school committee needs to, I think, affirm that it's not spending in a deficit. And if it is, it needs to report it and prepare a corrective action plan. One of the things I've talked to Peter about, it's in the next paragraph, and it's probably the most concerning to me, and I'm not sure what to do with it. Basically, as a chartered officer of the town, Mark has the same obligation as well as the school department, but if the school department is in a deficit or on a path for a deficit,
Can you speak into that?
It basically, the school committee loses its ability to make purchase commitments. That authority is lost and it reverts over to the town council. Again, getting back to the seriousness of what's going on and the imperative for communication with the school committee and the actions necessary to resolve the problems. The school committee needs to, I think, do the work necessary to affirm that in the current fiscal year that their spending is within the budget that's been appropriated. If that's not done, and I think it's something that Mark and I and others and everyone needs to monitor, then there needs to be a discussion between the elected bodies about whether or not they have in fact lost their ability to execute or approve purchase orders and other financial commitments. Those are the items I have for the current fiscal year. Again, they run parallel to what was going on before, but it is the same type issues. Lastly, as I mentioned, we're about 100 days away from adopting next year's budget. And this is where the number becomes concerning, because you're not going to have the ability to have $500,000 in non-tax revenue supporting the operations of the school department. It's likely, or I would say it's, even if it's not likely, it's unknown whether there's a structural deficit from fiscal year 21 that hasn't been resolved in 22, which can present itself in fiscal year 23. So that is an unknown, as well as the other cuts that need to be made. Lastly, there's a number from fund balance that's been used over the last few years from New England, the regional special ed program. And again, looking at the budget that was done, the audit that was completed, not for this year, but last year, it doesn't look likely that there's a $250,000 non-tax revenue that can go to offset the cost of that program. So there's a large number looming in this fiscal year 22-23 cycle, which should be concerning to everybody, and one that requires immediate attention again. The upcoming budget cycle is going to be difficult. It's an inflationary environment. We're seeing the impact of COVID again. And we also have 3 labor contracts at the school department that will be negotiated. So having a structural deficit, again, to Paul's point, not a small one, but one in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, should be concerning to us, and again, is going to require analysis and communication and working together. Rhode Island general laws basically spells out the responsibilities of the school committee here. Again, they do not have the authority to overspend their budget. They are required to adopt a balanced budget. They have a responsibility to report to you if there's a deficit, and the actions that they're required to take are very clear. So those are the actions that you should see hear from the school committee very quickly, and the communications that are required. The last thing I was going to say, I guess before there's any answers, I know one of the issues that's going to come up, and we could debate it, whether the town council's appropriated enough money to the school department over the past years, if that's the problem, if it's not a spending problem. And the only thing I would say, and I've talked to Peter about this, and this is Sean sort of making the comment, the budgets have been challenging over the past years, but under the Rhode Island statutes, the school committee does have the ability, essentially through a Carrillo action, to resolve the dispute between the amount of money that the school department receives from the town council. It's spelt out in the law, and it's basically there on an annual basis for the school committee to pursue. And it does separate sort of the idea of the amount of revenue it gets through the amount of money that it can spend. If the school committee doesn't believe it has received enough, of an appropriation from the town council, again, the law specifies that a performance audit is completed, and then you go through a procedure in which, essentially, you sue the town council, have a judge determine whether or not more money needs to be appropriated. It's been done in other communities. And there's two ways to look at it, and it's not unlike going to arbitration with a labor matter, but it's basically a tool. It can be seen as a tool for resolving the dispute if there's enough money to fund the school or not. For a number of years, there's been the discussion of whether the school's gotten enough money or not, but in those years, we haven't pursued this dispute resolution. So I think that's an important point to note as we consider what's going on. And again, you know, on the revenue side, you have the Carrillo action as it's known, but also in the law, it's absolute, and that the school committee cannot exceed the appropriation that's been approved by the council. And that's partly what brings us here tonight. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. And I think this is a workable problem. Again, there's been a lot of cooperation between the finance office and the superintendent and myself. But there's a lot of work to do here. And from my perspective, I myself am pretty focused on the fact that I need to do as much work as possible so that we resolve what the issues are, so that we don't repeat what's going on in fiscal year 23, because it will only make it more difficult for us. But I think with some analytical work and, again, good communication, it's something that we can talk about publicly, make sure the community understands what's going on, and we can resolve basically this fiscal issue that and manage it properly.
Okay. Any councilors have any questions, Mr. Brown? Not time. Okay. Mrs. Kreger.
Thank you. And certainly you need to know we take this very seriously. First of all, Mr. Council President, I'd like to have a brief statement and just review some of the discussion items that our town administrator forwarded to you. Due to the lack of needed funding from both the state and the town over the last several years, the district has used prior year surplus to fill that gap. You can look at our records and go back to fiscal year 17 when we started to fill those gaps. We used the prior year surplus. Using prior year surplus shouldn't really be a surprise to any of us because you have approved it, the school committee has approved it. Unfortunately, utilizing surplus or non-reoccurring funding sources for reoccurring expenditures creates that structural deficit that our town administrator and finance director referenced. Going back to all the transmittals that I have placed for public reading, I referenced the structural deficit. When we started to lose state aid funding back in 2012, there was never a plan for a town council and a school committee to sit down and say, how are we going to cover those loss? So the resulting shortfalls became more difficult to finance with each year passing. And I have data to show and share with you as our town administrator and finance director and myself and the school's finance director sit down. For instance, I'll just give you one now. The year FY18, when the municipal appropriations was 0 and the state aid, we lost $357,647. We had contracts that cost $538. So already, starting that FY18 year, we were $896,000 in the hole, starting out. That was when we got 0. So this compounds as you go forward. In FY19, the town appropriation was 1.1%. Again, we started out the year with less of a hole. $221,000. So where are we going to get the money? Fund balance. The following year, F20, fiscal year 20, we received a zero from the town council appropriation, and the contractual fiscal obligation for all of our contracts was $577,000, putting us in the hole at $946,000, almost $1 million. So again, this compounds the issue, especially losing the state aid. So let me go back to my points. As in the face of inadequate funding, the district has been cut to the bone. You've heard me say that year after year, those of you that have been on the council, especially in central office. We have tried to keep the cuts as far away from the students as possible. So we had an assistant superintendent here who was our data person, our network person, our IT director, and our assistant superintendent. So we have cut to keep the reductions as far away from the students as possible. So for several years now, we have operated a financial department understaffed. So it's been difficult completing our necessary work in a timely manner. Even if we consolidated, that would not be the answer, because the report that the town council received from the group that did the consolidation work said that more staff would be needed. So as a result, I have directed our finance director to hire a benefits coordinator and create a new higher level accounting position. Mr. Tangway actually was gracious enough to sit on that interviewing committee, and we hope to fill that position this week. Once we complete our staffing requirements, we will have the capacity to provide not only the school committee, but to you, our municipality, with timely information. And I expect this to happen within the next few months at the latest. I want to thank our town administrator and our town finance director for their support as we move through these very challenging times. As you said, we had an executive session because it could be litigation. It could be a Carullo Act. But we worked together, Mr. Brown, Mr. Tangway, Ms. Brown, and myself. So we came up with that we weren't in deficit. But I also want to acknowledge the town administrator's letter and memo to you, because he clearly articulates a message that the school committee and I have been saying for the past 10 years. And I want to quote it for the public. It is critical that we begin to address all these issues now to ensure that the town can meet its obligation to provide quality service now and in the upcoming fiscal year. I hope that we come together over the following months to overcome the challenges presented above. And I applaud Mr. Brown for putting that out there, because that has been out there for a number of years. I do want to make some following points or clarifications concerning the town administrator's memo to you on November 30th. The district, we haven't seen, has not produced any report on 7/2021, reporting a $266,000 operating surplus in the general fund for FY21. Reports that we did send to the town finance director project a negative variance as early as February 28th, 2021. We have not projected a surplus for this current year, fiscal year as well. So last year, the year that is in question where we run short, we ran 3 educational programs. We had a program where students were in school. We had a program that was hybrid, some students in some days and out the other days. And we had a full distance learning program where we had over 400 students on distance learning. So when Mr. Brown talks about the areas that we will identify those areas and show them to you. On July 26, 2021, the district submitted financial reports to the town which showed a year-end expenditure for 2021 in the amount of $36,431,473, not including our encumbrances, for a total projection of expenditures $38,234,412. So right there, we acknowledged that there was a problem. After adjustments, because there are end-of-year adjustments, bills come in late, and we close out the school year just as the town does. We determined that the current expenditure is $37,920,666. This is a reduction in the projected expenditures by $313,746. These figures, of course, are subject to our final audit. So the numbers were moving. I totally acknowledge what Mr. Brown said. The numbers were moving because we were closing out the year. Based on our 7/21/21 submittal, the town was notified of in July of the 2021 deficit. The district agrees with the town administrator's fund balance analysis chart contained in his memo. The district also agrees that all reductions needed to be identified against a specific line item for FY 2022 budget. We will help with our added staff to get these adjustments to our finance office on the town side by January 31, 2022. Our attorneys consulted with the Auditor General's office, and according to the Auditor General, I just want to make sure I get the information right here. We do not need to submit a corrective action plan for FY 21-22. What we do need to do is draft a letter to the Auditor General stating that the fund balance will be used to eliminate the FY 2021 operating deficit. The Auditor General also stated that he will probably send a letter back to us advising that the use of fund balance is inappropriate, which we know, and we've known using fund balance would cause a structural deficit, and that increasing the local appropriations is the way to eliminate a structural deficit. So that's what we will do. It's not a corrective action plan, but a letter of notice to the Auditor General about the situation that we're in. So just to follow up here, so we weren't in a deficit because we did apply prior year fund balance to make up any negative variance. And again, that was the 11th hour when we met. But again, the great minds together, we said, no, we're not in a balance. We'll utilize that fund balance. Not the best thing to do. Again, documented year after year in my transmittal that using fund balance is not the way to close this revenue problem. We do have a projected deficit for the current fiscal year, which we are required by statute to balance. This process, as I said, will be completed January 31, 22, and we'll submit it to the school committee and to our town administrator for their review. The FY 22 budget does show substitute teachers and maintenance costs. The substitute teacher line is $127,600, and we've used ESSA dollars for the other pieces of the sub-line. As we articulated, I think Councilor Flynn asked that question at a meeting during budget deliberations. The other piece is maintenance is sprinkled throughout the budget, so it's not just in one place. The district is in the process of analysis of the FY 22 budget expenditures in preparation for the FY 23 budget.
The district uses information from this analysis, as well as a zero-based budget analysis to determine the needs for our future. As the town administrator wisely points out, the district is experiencing a structural deficit. The structural deficit needs to be addressed by increased revenues for the FY22 budget and beyond. Since our prior budget request submission significantly designated the use of prior year funds and surpluses, you clearly knew that we were doing this, so it should be no surprise to any one of us that we were using prior year fund balance. The use of these surplus revenues was authorized by the town council as part of their annual appropriations. Since meaningful surplus is no longer available, again, as our town administrator pointed out, we now have to rely on local appropriations to fill that structural gap for the budget that's due in 100 and something days. Cumulatively, since the funding formula was enacted in 2012, the school department's educational aid has been reduced by $1,760,000, or 18.72%. There was no plan, as I said earlier, with the town council or the school committee to sit down and help offset this loss. Councils before you had said, you always make it work, go make it work. You always make it work, and we did. As soon as the budget analysis for FY22 is complete, the district will notify the town about any potential deficit in accordance with the charter and with Rhode Island general law. Again, the use of fund balance for regular operating expenditures is the primary cause of Middletown's structural deficit. Again, as Sean pointed out, we have new collective bargaining agreements for district employees that are looming for FY23 budget, our teachers, our teacher assistants, and our custodian. It is unlikely that this district will be successfully reducing any expenditures to eliminate the structural deficit. We can't function as a school system and provide the services our student needs unless we begin to cut things like sports, and you don't save a lot of money doing that. The local appropriations must be increased to cover these additional costs. As I said, I have clear data that shows a trend from FY13 to current year, where, you know, one year we got 2.10%. We used fund balance back then to cover this gap. That's how we made it work. But the councils were aware of that. And again, you go back to my transmittals to you and to the public saying this is not the way to run business. You can't run a school system trying to plug the loss of state aid and the lack of appropriate funding. That's why we come every year asking for 4%. 4% isn't even enough. So again, let me give you an example. The second year we got zero, we had $1 million in the hole. It didn't cover anything. We didn't have any money for our contractual obligations, which were $577,000. You approve the contracts. And I've heard some of you say, well, we're not funding them. Well, then don't approve them. Come to the negotiating table with us. So again, I just want to say we take this very seriously. I don't want to be in a position like this. I don't want to put our town in a position like this, and I do not want to put our educational programs in a position like this. But it caught up to us. Just like we predicted, it has caught up with us. And we can't make any other reductions. If we lose student population, possibly. Through attrition, we haven't replaced. But we can't go any deeper than we are. I have a copy of my testimony to you that I'll share with Wendy, and she can give it out to you. I do think, you know, we have lots of questions. I'm sure you have lots of questions. It probably would be appropriate if the town council president and vice president, our school committee chair and vice chair, Mr. Brown, Mr. Tangway, myself, and Ms. Brown, our finance director, meet. If you want to submit the questions ahead of time,
Questions for what, Rosemary?
any questions you have
We're going to ask
about-
questions tonight.
Okay, I might not have all the answers here
That's okay.
tonight, but, you know, I want an opportunity to address you.
If I may, before you ask questions, I just wanted to add a couple of things. As the superintendent stated, we did make it work for a lot of years. I mean, this is my 19th year that I've been on school committee, so I've been through a lot of budgets. And we have always made it work for our students. We've had lots of comments over the years of being top-heavy and this and that, and so we've cut a lot in our budget over the years. And so we made it work when we didn't get the funding sources from the town. But there is something important to remember. In all the years I've been doing this, I've also been on the audit committee. And our audits have come out clean as a whistle. So when the town is audited, the school department is a big part of that audit. And I have sat at that table year after year, and our school district has had clean audits with no errors. Again, the fund balance was very transparent that it was being used. It was transparent in all of our conversations with the council, and it was very obviously transparent when they did the audit, and the auditors would say, we see what you're doing, it's not a great practice, but we understand where you're at. So again, this shouldn't be a surprise. We've talked about this for years. We have said it numerous times over the years. Is it okay? No, it's not okay. We need to fix it. But we need to fix it as a town. This is not a pointing finger time. This should not be, you guys screwed up. We have been doing this and working hard at it for all these years. I think it's important to remember that when we ask for dollars, as Rosemary said, when you approve contracts and then say we're not going to fund them, there's a very difficult scenario there. So again, if it's not something that that the town wants to support, you have the final say in it. So, I mean, those are things that are part of the process now that we have that in our charter. So I also, when we did the executive session, I want to just mention that too. The town administrator came and the town finance director came, and they came in with the plan and an idea and discussed it with us at our school committee meeting. So it wasn't that we were doing it in executive session. They came in, they joined our meeting, and they had this discussion of using the fund balance and how this would work. So this wasn't just the school department decision. They were a big part of that conversation. So we have been very transparent talking to the town in that aspect of looking for a solution and a resolution. So.
Okay, so I would like to just comment to that, Teresa. I said it earlier. I don't believe it met executive session criteria. And perception is, and people's perception is their reality, is that when you have a deficit and you don't want to talk about it in public, and then, I came out, there was 3 council people here because we wanted to hear what was going to go on. And Mr. Brown came out with Mr. Tangway and said, well, they're not going to talk about it because magically they went from X amount of dollars deficit to 70,000 in the black.
So we had a plan for the deficit.
You don't have a plan, Rosemary.
We did.
Let me, you had your turn, let me finish.
Okay.
You don't have a plan. You haven't had a plan for years. You can try and turn this on the council and the taxpayers and say revenue's going to solve it. Of course revenue would solve it. Is that the purpose, keep throwing money at it? No. The council at one time said no more. That's it. The results aren't there. What are we doing about it? And as a matter of fact, you haven't even identified the cuts that you said you were going to make. So, and then you overspent by $326,000 on top of the.
Please don't yell at us.
I'm not. I talk in a loud voice, and that's how I talk, and I'm excited about this. And that's all there is to it. So you can twist it and use any word you want and say, the council's this, the council's that, and I knew you were gonna come in here and do that. It's your responsibility, and it's the school department's responsibility to get a monthly statement and to look at it. Do you receive a monthly statement?
Do I receive a monthly?
Does the school committee receive a monthly financial statement? I'd like to see it. Do you have one with you?
I don't have them with me.
I went back and looked at.
Again,
This upset me so much that I went back and looked at meetings back over a year ago, and I watched you on Zoom. And specifically what I was looking for was the superintendent's report when they talk about curriculum, and Michelle talks about that, and then they talk about finances, and Cindy talks about that, and then they talk about facilities, and Dave would talk about that, and IT would talk about whatever you talked about. I wanted to see and hear from my own ears, where's the financials? Going back over a year, where is the financials? And I printed out a bunch of agendas that basically don't show any financials. I couldn't even click on a link. The only thing you guys are approving is vouchers. We spent this, we spent that. Where do you get a report that says, or do you get a report that says, here's where we are with our budget? Every month, every quarter, how much is, why wouldn't you come to us earlier? I asked Mr. Brown, how long has this been going on? He said at least 15 months is his estimation and how long this has been going on. If you had a problem back then, why don't you come forward and say, hey, we have a problem. Budget time, you go like this. You ask for 4% every year. You didn't say, hey, we're going to run a deficit. You said we're going to identify reductions, and you haven't done that.
Paul, I'm sorry, disagree with that. We have absolutely kept saying to you.
You never said you were going to, you specifically talked about not creating structural deficits. And I'd love to bring up those tapes because you have talked about that. So in the meantime, you were doing that and not telling us you were doing that.
We were telling you that because every time we said if we don't get the percent that we're requesting, these are the things that are going to happen. We very clearly have stated
And then, sorry.
We very clearly have stated that year after year.
You haven't said you're going to run a deficit. You broke the law. You're not breaking the law every year. And the audit would come back and say, hey, this is not good. This is, as Mr. Brown identified, this is breaking the law, number one.
We told you with COVID, with the increases of COVID and all the changes, when we did this budget this year, and we talked about it before the budget was passed, we very clearly sat with you and told you that there was going to be a deficit without the 4%. Every time, and please, I do not want to get into yelling match.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just excited.
Well, you're excited, but it sounds very negative, so I'm just being.
It always does, Teresa, when you guys are challenged.
I'm not being, no, Paul.
It's always. But anyway, go ahead.
When you get excited, it sounds that way. Anyway, we very clearly have been transparent about it, and Sean and Mark have been knowing exactly what's going on. So we have been telling you what's going on.
No, you haven't. Nobody ever said we have a deficit, and then you go in executive session to talk about it, which doesn't meet the criteria of an executive session. Well, it could be potential litigation. To me, that's hiding behind doors. That's what that is, whether you agree with that or you don't. That's my perception of it, and nothing's going to change my mind of
if
it.
you look at my transmittal for the FY '21 budget, it clearly states, it should be noted that this budget request uses fund balance dollars to help close the gap. And I put how much we're using.
Okay, and your job was to identify your reductions, which you have not clearly done. You can't even file reports on time, and it's not the first time.
No, and I said, because we have cut the staff in that office.
Rosemary, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Besides you and Cindy, who's aware of your budget? Who knows where your budget's at?
We all do as a school committee.
I'm asking Rosemary the question.
That's,
Who
the school committee
by the
knows
state law, doesn't principals supposed to know their budget and handle their budget?
yes,
Okay, do they?
not fully.
The answer's no.
No,
Okay.
not fully.
Does your
Not fully.
assistant superintendent know about her budget, about the budget?
Not fully.
Okay. Why
But
not?
You must have some inside information,
I
which
talk
I think
to,
is
I talk to
unfair.
everybody.
Yeah.
I do. Because when something like this is arise, it's like it's like when you're talking to you, and don't take this the wrong way. If I'm talking to Sam and asking him questions, you bet I'm gonna know majority of those answers before I ask them.
Yep.
Any other councilors have
again-
any other questions?
You're not talking to Sam, you're
I'm
talking
not.
to adults.
I am, so give me the answers.
We are giving you the
Okay, okay. I'm not, Teresa, look, go play that game with somebody else. I'm not playing it with you, okay? You play that card with Bob, you played it with every council president until then. You don't like when you hear what you're hearing, then too bad, I'm sorry. If I can ask it in a different way, I will. But we're just looking for answers, and all you're doing is turning it on the town council.
No.
You are turning it on the town
No.
council. It's exactly what you did.
This is a revenue problem, not
It's
an
not a revenue
expenditure.
problem,
It is.
it's managing your budget within its guidelines, identifying reductions like you said you were going to, and you haven't. And then turn around
I gave you
and,
the data. How can, you give us zero, how can we meet contractual obligations?
how can you give yourself bonuses when you...
If you heard Governor McKee
Listen to me
talk
very
about
carefully.
bonus-
When you
bonuses,
talk about
it's a
that,
salary.
but you were doing that in the meantime, so don't tell me about deficits going back to 13.
Stop yelling at us like
I'm
we're
not.
children. You
I'm
are.
not.
The respect has to happen. Now
Yes,
stop.
sir.
Governor
I
Mc-
am respectful.
Governor McKee used bonuses as a salary.
I don't care
We
what
have
Governor
one-
McKee did.
Can we have
Well,
one person
some
at a
people
time
on
up
the
there,
council
please? We don't need two people.
Yeah.
Good. We'll take one person at a time.
I can handle it. So,
this is-
I'm trying to be
not getting
respectful, and if I'm not, I apologize. I'm just excited about this. And you're painting a picture, I'm upset because you're painting a picture that's not true. And you saying you were
What
gonna come
part
up.
is not true?
Do you identify the reductions you said you were gonna make?
Yes.
Where are they? Sean's saying you didn't.
He doesn't have them. We're still hiring people. We hire people and they leave.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Let's simplify
We have
this.
300
What are you
and
doing to
something
fix
to
it?
close the gap.
What are you gonna do to fix it?
I told you, we're going to do an analysis, and by the end of January, we'll have clear answers for you.
It's not a revenue problem.
It is a revenue problem.
It's not a revenue problem.
It is a revenue
Okay.
problem.
That's the problem. You think it's a revenue problem, but it's not.
Paul, I have a question.
Dennis?
You give zero, how can it not be a revenue problem?
I have a question. And I've sat through this, and, since I've been on the council, there's not been a good relationship between the school committee and the town council. This is what happens. During the conversations, you guys talk about, okay, it's asked each year, if we give you 1%, what will you need to do to balance it? If we give you 2%, what will it take? And you gave us a list and said, these are the things we'll have to do to balance the budget. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to have to keep all these things and go into the surplus. That was never said. It wasn't said that this is what we would do, but we're not going to do it, and we're going to use the surplus. I'm just telling, can I finish talking, please? This, okay, you may put it in writing in a memo somewhere, or you might have brought it around the corner or something, but...
You approved it.
Look, I get it, okay? There's things, this is what you said, okay? And I'm just taking you for your word. When we asked you, what if we give you 0, or we give you 1, or we give you 2, or we give you 3, what are you going to need to do? And your answer was, you came back and we can't hire this, or we're not going to fill this role, and we're not going to do this, right? You didn't do those things.
Yes, we did.
Okay, you did those things, and you
We did
spent the
those things
deficit.
where we could. I still need a teacher in front of 20 to 25 students.
But your answer was, these are the things we'll do to balance the budget. Well, that didn't work, right? You did all those cuts, and you still didn't balance it. So then you came and you started spending your surplus, which
We
there's a
started
clause in,
spending-
and there's a clause in here that says you guys can come to us at a point and say, and rather than spending a deficit, we need to have a meeting. That didn't happen.
No.
I can tell you, I've tried to schedule many meetings with you to discuss a number of things, and you just don't return my call.
Oh, please.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
I've got emails I can send to you.
Please
when
do.
When I tried to talk with you
Yeah,
about
I
a
think
department.
This is getting personal now.
Well, I'm just,
And,
I will
and
send
I've
you the
always, I've
emails.
always returned your
I will
calls.
send,
What happened to our budget liaison people from the town council? We were supposed to have 2 of them.
just,
For
can I,
several years, excuse me, for several years, there were 2 people appointed as the liaisons to be at our school full swing and it happened, and then all of a sudden, there was nobody coming.
Well-
Nobody coming at all, and every meeting, where are they? We invited you, you knew when the meetings were. You were one of those liaisons, Dennis.
And we-
And you didn't come.
I came to a fair share of those. Excuse me, I have come to the fair share of those. Your meetings are during working hours in a lot of ways. I have a full-time job. You start your meetings, well, what time do you get out of work?
4 o'clock.
Okay. I get out, I might not get, I don't get out till 6, 7 o'clock, and I travel, okay? So I'm just going back to what I heard during the budget process, okay? And I'll even talk a little bit about the COVID, when we were approving the laptops, and we were talking about 400,000. And you said, we've got a reserve of $1 million, but you can't use it because it's not,
Some of it is
these aren't for
restricted.
COVID.
Some of
So-
it is restricted.
So again, it's restricted, but did you use it, then what did you use it for? Did you use it for things that were restricted?
Yes, because
Okay.
we have to. We have to. If there's carryover from a Title I dollars, we use it for Title I. We can't use it to fill a budget.
Well,
The dollars that were not unrestricted, we use to fill the budget gap.
it's been documented, and we're going to talk about meetings again. I mean, we've talked about the consolidation or the bringing the departments together. 2 years ago, we voted for it, or something along those lines. What I've heard is we couldn't meet with you because of COVID. We've been too busy. We couldn't meet with you. This is what we get back. This is what I get. Okay, so when you say you make meetings, you don't.
We've done Zoom meetings
I'm just,
during COVID. COVID did not hamper us.
okay,
It
that's
hampered us
just my
in that-
opinion.
in
That's
that
my observation.
We were trying to run 3 educational programs that we didn't have necessarily lots of time to talk about that. Mr. Brown was running a town and trying to keep the COVID numbers down and us safe.
I hear a lot, I hear this, and what I'm going to say is, and here where we are. Here's where we are. Because you're saying COVID, and we haven't had a chance to meet.
We joined
I-
your Zoom meetings. You could
I-
have easily joined ours, and a lot of our
Excuse-
meetings were later. They weren't as early as they are now. We just changed our meetings to 3:30. Our meetings were at 5:30.
It's very difficult. It's very difficult.
Our meetings changed when we started meeting here because we don't have the facility.
Right.
If we were over at Oliphant, we could have later.
And I got off the school committee, I got off as the liaison because you're right, I couldn't make 90% of them, okay? But that doesn't give you any reason not to be straight up with us. And wave that flag, because we're sitting here asking the questions,
We have been transparent.
okay? I don't think, it doesn't seem that way to me, okay? That's just my opinion, that's my opinion, I don't want to argue. That's my opinion. I have no confidence. I have no confidence.
I respect that is very low. That's a low blow, Dennis.
Just telling you.
You know, I'm going to keep my big girl pants on, and I'm going to be more professional and not respond to that.
Thank you.
I think that's very unprofessional on your part, Dennis, because you've had the opportunity to be part of this process in our budget for several years, not just this year. And so is the other liaison.
Teresa, would it really matter?
Yes,
Because we can't tell you how to spend it. We can only approve the bottom line. It's your responsibility and your job to make sure that you're meeting that bottom line by state law.
But every time, but you're asking for line items, so when you talk about this, and you say that you are responsible for the bottom line, we're responsible for the spending, we stand up here every year at budget workshops, having to explain and identify where the dollars and cents are going. You want breakdowns, it creates so much work that we're taking more time to do that kind of stuff than we are doing our jobs. Because the town council wants specific line items. When we give you something, so let's just use this as an example. In my time of doing this, this is the first time this has ever happened. Whatever happened before my 19 years of doing this, I don't know. But I do know that in my 19 years, we've never had a structural deficit. So, based on that information is what I'm going to go by when I make this next statement. So because of our history that I've experienced, to sit here and have us beaten bloody because this has happened when there's numerous factors that have brought us to this point. The transparency has increased tremendously over the past 5 to 6 years amongst the council and the school department when it comes to finances. We have had more workshops, we have been more transparent, we've provided more details of information because you've asked for more specifics. But in those past 5 years of you asking for the specifics, it takes a tremendous amount of time to go back, dig the information up, and give it to you. We have changed in our systems of UCOA and those different operations that have come from the state that are required. We have had the different contractual issues going on, and then we've had COVID now that's kicked in for the past 2 years. So based on our history of never going into deficit, telling you in our transparencies, in our letters, that we are using the fund, that's transparent, that's information. This is what we're using. We're using the surplus to get through year to year. So I don't know how you can say that's not being transparent. Anybody is welcome to come in and look at our books anytime you want. Sean and Mark are a big part of the process, so they've known what's going on. This is not in some kind of secret.
Oh, they have? Have you known it's been going on?
They communicate. I can't imagine you're gonna say no.
Let's get an answer.
The deficit, I became aware that there was a deficit on around November 8th.
Okay.
Wait a minute, we have in here that February 28th, we let you know that there was an issue going on. February 26th.
There were the reports that showed.
Well,
we were
wait,
deficit.
can I ask a question here, please? Because
Is this a legal advice or?
yes, yes,
Okay.
because you're talking about structural deficits, and what we're here to talk about actually today is an actual deficit, because that's what triggers the responsibility to actually have the
And we
school
don't
committee,
have a- we
the
don't have a
school
deficit.
committee formally notify the town council that there is that you've either, that, you know, there's either a reduction in revenue or that you've overspent the budget. And that the one thing that hasn't been addressed, and I'm going through all my notes and everything that you've said tonight, is you haven't addressed Sean's statement that, based on the numbers that he and the finance director have reviewed, that the school committee and school department spent $326,000 more than what was budgeted for the year ended June 30, 21. And so that, you guys, that's one thing that hasn't been, we've been talking about structural deficits and the amounts of fund balance that were budgeted to be spent to cover operations, but you have not addressed the issue of the actual deficit, the overspending of $326,000 that Sean mentioned. And there has been no notification, as would be required under the law, as to that. So can you address that?
Sure.
As to whether or not you're tonight, whether you believe there is a deficit or not?
There's not a deficit because we're using fund balance.
Okay,
and that was
but
a-
are you, when you say that, are you using $326,000 more of fund balance than was originally budgeted?
Yes, we're
Okay,
using-
so that is, so I'm just trying to clarify, because I haven't heard it.
We were
Did you,
ready.
but the budget was overspent by
right,
$326,000?
We were ready to,
And that, in my
declare a
opinion, that is what would trigger a formal notification,
Right.
clearly by the law, which hasn't happened yet. So sending a financial report, in my opinion, does not trigger, does not satisfy that requirement that you actually, the school committee formally notify the council, which hasn't happened yet.
and that's why our conversation with the Auditor General said, you really don't need a corrective action plan. What you do need is to say you're using fund balance for the overspending, 300 and something thousand.
So when do you plan to have a plan to fix this?
I said we would have something by the end of January 2022.
So 2 months from now, 7 weeks from now, you're gonna have a plan to have this fixed.
That's our goal.
We will do an analysis of this current year's budget. At next school committee meeting, we will have that letter that needs to go to the Auditor General that the school committee will approve. It then will be transmitted to the town, and we will wait for the Auditor General to respond.
Okay, so based on what our solicitor is saying, is that you're not following the law?
We're
Do you-
not in a deficit.
Well, okay, and
I just, maybe that's why you're in a deficit. Because if you use $524,000 of surplus, or reserve to fund your budget, and then you spent an additional $326,000, which is over your budget, to do that, that's a deficit. Doesn't matter what money you used, it still created a deficit.
We,
And I would like to see from the Auditor General what he has to say. Because if that's the case, then is he the end-all, say-all?
Well,
Or is,
I think what, and maybe, I haven't seen it, but I think what they're saying is because you corrected the problem by using an additional $326,000 of fund balance. That was, in effect, your de facto corrective action plan, and it's done. But what you didn't do is to notify the council, and the school committee notify the council that the budget was overspent, that you expended more than was allocated. The law is very clear that that is what is supposed to happen within 5 days of that. It's not sending a financial statement or some document that might show that if you look through it. It's a formal notification by the school committee to the town council. We're going to go over the budget by $326,000 or whatever the number was at that point in time. That hasn't happened. I think the law is very clear that that is what's supposed to happen.
Well, I just have to ask a question on that. So you're saying that if we're going to use the fund balance, that's what we're supposed to do?
No, what the law says is if you are going to expend more money than what you have, than the approved budget for that year, you have to the school committee has to formally notify the town council within 5 days of knowing that that might happen.
so that was the design at our last school committee meeting. And we had a plan that it was 100 and something thousand each year for 3 years. Again, when we put our heads together at that 11th hour, it was determined that we could use those dollars, the 300 something, and do it all at once rather than have it over 3 years.
I understand that, but what didn't happen was
Well,
a
would've-
notification by the school committee to the council, and that's what still
It would
hasn't.
have happened. We had to table that action item because we were coming up with another plan.
Mrs. Von Villis?
Yeah. I come at this from a slightly different perspective, okay? I guess I have a couple of things to say, but my first question is, this came up because the auditors couldn't complete their audit. So what that says to me is they didn't have the documentation from the school department. Now, documentation is the responsibility of the business office. And I've been listening to you guys, and you're kind of going at it, whatever, but I want to get away from that, because I do have a prepared statement, because I knew some things were coming forward, and I thought I'd listen to what was taking place and see if what I had to say was relevant, and et cetera. And I have some opinions as to where I think the problem is, and I'm not sure very many people would agree with me or even think of it, but I'm going to kind of present some information in a more calmer atmosphere. So you'll forgive me if I read what I had prepared with my morning light bulb. I call it my morning light bulb. I wake up in the morning and I know what I'm going to do. So I've listened closely to everything that's been said. But for the most part, it's been based more on emotion than on real fact or action. And I think we have to step back and look at context. First, let me say that I speak from 50 years of experience at all levels of education. But what I'm going to say is based on 7 years' experience as a Rhode Island superintendent of schools. First and foremost, the best leader is an experienced overseer, a person who can keep dozens of balloons in the air while each of them is demanding priority. To be able to do so without letting the air out or popping them is just short of miraculous. As a frame of reference, the town of Middletown is fortunate to have an administrator who is a CPA, a certified public accountant, whose expertise is not limited to good management, but includes understanding financial details. On the other hand, the expertise of a superintendent of schools is in the field of education and managing educational resources, not financial resources. A school superintendent is an administrator who oversees multiple areas and is completely dependent on the information provided by the various and separate departments, the individual schools, the facilities department, and especially the school department business office. If the quality of the information is accurate, the superintendent can make reasonably good recommendations that can be transmitted to the governing body, the school committee, which makes the final decisions. Most importantly, decisions need to be based on accurate information. Therefore, when the superintendent makes a recommendation regarding an expenditure based on information from the school business office, the school committee assumes that there are sufficient funds to cover the expenditure. However, when the information is not accurate or incomplete, and the funding source is not secure, there will be a deficit. We've heard a lot of talk about responsibility for the current deficit, mostly based on opinion and emotion. The following are the facts. The school department claims it was funded inadequately for at least the last 4 years. You've said more. The school department reluctantly accepted the inadequate funding, saying it would make it work. You've used those words tonight. The school department ended FY21 with a $266,000 surplus. How is it then that the school department finds itself 6 months later with a substantial deficit? The only possible answer is that it spent more money than it had. Therefore, the town and school department together are faced with a challenging situation. Nevertheless, we have to address how the situation might have been avoided. The town council could have increased the funding to the school department, something it resisted due to the computer purchase, for which the town had already provided a rescue, and other questionable practices. The school department could have filed a lawsuit based on inadequate funding to resolve the dispute. The school department could have lived within its means, as it claimed it could do, without overspending its budget. The school business office could have maintained up-to-date financial records that might have provided sufficient knowledge to prevent the current situation. With up-to-date information, the school department could have limited the deficit or brought the budget shortfall to the attention of the town before it was revealed by the auditors. In short, with adequate knowledge, the current situation might have been addressed in a more appropriate manner. Nevertheless, we have to move forward. It does no good to point fingers of blame. The school department will have to get its finances in order and address any internal issues that allowed expenditures from inadequate resources. Finally, it would seem that there should be better communication from the school department business office to the superintendent, to the school committee, as well as from the school department to the town council. It seems to me, and this is my statement that I prepared, it seems to me that as an ex-superintendent, you can't know everything. You can only know what you're told, okay? And if you're told something and you tell them something, you're only following through with what you know. My question is, where is the accurate information, and why are you not getting accurate information that will enable you to do your job appropriately? And that's the question I think you have to ask, because I can't solve the problem. And I don't think we should fight anymore.
Who's fighting?
Well,
It's passion.
So
It's
thank
about our
you.
town.
I mean, you have wisdom, you have background on this, obviously. And we do have to move forward. I do want to say that our finance director did tell us we could be in deficit. We could be in deficit. We're overspending. And that happens. You know, it happened the year before, it happened the year before. By the time you take encumbrances and then things, are paid for, are not paid for, you don't need them anymore, we've always ended up fine.
Rosemary, I have a question. Why don't your principals have budgets that they can access?
So, well, first of all, we have several new principals, and there's a learning curve with Infinite Vision. Our finance director has met with 3 of the principals to explain. They have a very small piece of the budget that they have control of, a very, very small piece of the budget. And she's meeting with each of them to show exactly what line items that they do have control of. But the other, but the other piece is, if you say to a principal, you have $20,000 to spend, and they go out and spend it,
they spent it. But what happens when they spend it, and then she turns around and calls them and says, why did you spend that money?
Mm-hmm.
I know of an instance where that happened.
Yes, and we try to avoid that. So what we're doing is giving our principals dollars to spend quarterly, just to avoid anything like that.
You know, there's responsibility as a person who sat in that office. There's responsibility that belongs somewhere, okay? You're the guy with the lead, and you get blamed for everything, and I know how it is, because I've been there. But I will tell you, it's not always your fault, okay? It's also if you don't get the proper information. And then what you have to do is you have to look and see why not, and then you have to do something about it, okay? And I'm not going to say anymore.
And as I pointed out, we're understaffed in our business office.
Oh, that's baloney.
No, with all due respect, it's true. We used to have 5 people in our business office. We're down to 3, and the finance director.
Anybody have any further questions of the superintendent? So what's the next step here? Because this is not acceptable, as we all know.
No, I totally agree with you. It isn't. And
But I cannot
do not like being in this position.
Nobody
So-
does, Rosemary.
No. And our next step is, I made a commitment that we will have the this current year budget, a full analysis by the end of January. We will continue to work with Mark and Sean with reports. Again, you know,
I think you're breaking the law by not reporting to the council, and that's just my opinion. And so you do what you want to do. You know, I've done this almost as long as Teresa. I took a few years off, but I've never seen it like this, and I think that I agree with with what a lot of Mrs. Von Villas said. It gives me the impression that you're hiding it, and that's what it looks like to me.
She's not hiding. No. She's not hiding.
Okay.
She doesn't know.
not hiding.
Okay, well, that's my,
I'm
that,
not
listen,
hiding.
that's
Our
my
business
opinion.
office is not hiding anything.
But you have to
I will
understand
defend
that when you had to know that you overspent by
Well,
326,000.
we identified in my statement, I said to you in February,
And
we
you-
had identified.
That's not what Mr. Brown said. Mr. Brown said he wasn't aware until
No,
11,
Because we thought-
November 11th, November 8th.
but it was identified in reports.
But that's not what the law requires. It requires you to actually notify the council so that action can be taken, and that's the point of the law, is so that
Right.
you can work together, because you both know and you've both been notified, and that's the problem.
Okay.
So now, is this considered notification, or do we still formally need to do
No,
notification?
we'll formally notify
You have to talk
after
to,
our school,
Ben can
after our
advise you
school
on that.
committee meeting.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I said Ben can advise you on that. I don't want to give you advice. You need to talk to Ben about
Yeah.
that. But
Mr. Brown.
You know my opinion.
I was just going to say, and this goes back to the letter I wrote the council, I believe the school committee does need to notify the town council. It's under Rhode Island General Law 1629, subparagraph F. And I'll just read it, because it's pretty straightforward. In the event that any obligation, encumbrance, or expenditure by a superintendent or schools or a school committee is in excess of the amount budgeted, or that any revenue is less than the amount budgeted, the school committee shall, within 5 working days of its discovery of potential or actual over expenditure or over revenue deficiency, submit a written statement of the amount and cause for the over obligation or over expenditure or revenue deficiency to the city or town council president and any other person who by local charter or statute serves as the city or town's executive officer. The statement shall be further include a statement of the school committee's plan for corrective actions necessary to meet the requirements of subsection D, which refers to a balanced budget. The plan shall be approved by the Auditor General and also submitted to the Division of Municipal Finance. So I think there's the disclosure of the deficit or the overspending for the fiscal year, the corrective action plan, as the superintendent mentions, is the use of fund balance, which is what the Auditor General suggested. And then the last piece that needs to be submitted to the council president and myself is the cause, basically an explanation of how the overspending took place. And I believe that is really the next step, the next thing that should be delivered to the town council. And then, as Mrs. Krager said, which she's promised to deliver in January, is the corrective action plan, or the actions they're taking in their analysis to address the current budget in fiscal year 22. But I do think, really, by the next meeting, since this 5 working days is here, and we've all talked about this number, there is a deliverable, which, as Peter said, they can refer to Attorney Scungio to get the details on how it's submitted, that needs to be submitted to you and the town council.
Okay.
Some of you at the meeting in executive session, how come that wasn't mentioned to the 5 days to have that to you? Because we could have had that done in.
Well, you couldn't have, because you didn't have a final number. The numbers at that meeting were flailing between an $800,000 deficit and a $71,000 deficit, and there were still journal entries being reviewed or researched by the school business manager. So whatever action, even if we took an action that night, it would have been wrong. And that's why, in my opinion, again, as Mark and I left, there was no action required, because we still had really not a full understanding of whether there was a deficit or not. I think to Mrs. Krager's point, I think we were confident that whatever fund balance was left was going to cover and act as the corrective action plan, but that deficit piece, that overspending that took place within the fiscal year, that number hasn't been defined. And really, up until last week, when the trial balance was finalized and submitted to Mark and the auditors, then we really understood what, that 326 number to be real.
So that's, I'm glad you answered that, Sean. Thank you very much for that clarification. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is that then we technically have not broken the law within 5 days because the final number just came up the other day.
Okay. Well, but you also have said tonight, and once again, I don't want to get into this, but you've also said that the finance director is telling you, we may be in a deficit, we may be overspending. That's a trigger there.
Okay.
Well, and so that,
But we didn't have any final number, so.
it's not, it doesn't require a final number if you read the statute. Once there's an indication of an actual or potential deficit, and that the law is very clear what has to happen.
And if that occurs at the end of January, when the FY22 budget is reconciled, and we feel that we're going to be in that spot, you will definitely hear it from us.
We did do it February 28th. It was written in writing, February 28th, that it was going to be a shortfall.
That's not what Mr. Brown is telling us.
It's in a memo.
Okay, well then provide it. So, so 2022 is not balanced because of this.
The budget is balanced, but the line items are not necessary, specific line items are not identified.
So let me
all right.
Let me take a step back, I'm sorry. So, is the 326 the hard number, or we don't know what the deficit is? Let's start there.
So I think we're getting 2 years confused, would you
No,
say that?
21, let's talk about 21. 21, do we know that's a good number now?
Yes. Mhm.
We're sure of that?
Yes.
Okay. So,
It's not audited yet, but
Yep.
what was submitted, that is correct.
okay. So, but on top of the 326 is
This current year budget.
$500 and some thousand, right?
524.
Because there's no, that was used, another structural deficit that was created because you were using your fund balance, and now there's only 102,000 of the fund balance. So say it's 400 and some thousand dollars plus 320 something, right?
But that will be a problem for fiscal year '23, not for fiscal year '22.
Oh, but right, and that's where I'm going.
Yep. So going in, the 100 and something days we have to, what's that number? You know that by heart. That
So-
will be an issue.
March 23rd.
Yep.
So, and that's before we even start anything. We're talking 800 and some thousand dollars, $900,000. Okay. I just want everybody to be clear on that. Hey, look, if I offended you, I apologize. That wasn't my
No,
intention.
and I want to
I-
apologize too, that
But you have
this
to
is not
underst-
finger pointing.
No, that's the worst thing that can happen, but it did happen. And I'm just as much to blame of anybody in this room,
Right.
because I get excited, especially when it's dollars, and I feel like, we're not being fed the information
Yeah.
the right way. Now, everybody can spin it the way they want, because nobody wants to take a blame. Nobody wants to be in your position. I don't.
I don't either.
But, Paul, and I appreciate
But
you
I,
saying that.
huh?
I appreciate
No,
you
listen, listen, when I,
But we also, believe me, I've been doing this for a long time, I dedicate my time just like you guys dedicate your time. None of us want to see something like this happen. This is not okay, and we know that, but it's not something that we, intentionally did.
just go, hey, guys, we need your help. Help us help you. We're trying to help you.
We weren't forthright enough to say that, so.
We wanted to
That's all
solve
we're
the
looking
problem.
for.
We
I get
wanted
the
to solve
pride, I get
problem
the,
like we
I
have.
get the, I have to go before them, and we're gonna get beat up. It doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't, it truly doesn't. Just, hey, look, we got a problem. Can we sit down and figure this out together? Because we have to work together.
Absolutely.
We work for the town. We work for the people. And you know who suffers the most here? The kids. You got it. Any other questions? Mr. Viveras has a thing in this to speak. And then we're going to probably have to wrap this up.
Yeah, we're gonna recess, or whatever. We're gonna have another.
Anton Viveris, 110, I'm sorry. Anton Viveris, 1 Admiralty Drive, Apartment 11, Middletown.
Can't hear you, Anton,
Thank you, Mr.
sorry.
We can't hear you.
Speak up.
Hello?
Better. Thank you.
Gee whiz.
You
Okay.
have to yell like we yelled at him earlier.
Anton Viveris, 1 Admiralty Drive, Middletown, Rhode Island, Apartment 11. You know, when I was on the council, I was told, or I made the remark, that this is the way we do it in private industry, or the way it's been done isn't the way it's done in private industry. And I've been told, this is the private industry, this is government. Well, this is a perfect example why private industry don't have 2 finance departments and 2 finance departments or 2 finance human resource departments. Because when you do that, the left hand, the town, doesn't know what's happening, the right hand, the school department. I think that the school department, my main function should be to educate the kids. That's why, I think it was back in 2011, when I was on a school, the council, we proposed only a 2% increase. All the departments came in with that except the school department. They wanted $144,000 more, roughly, okay? But they gave it 2%. That's when I made the proposal that we take the maintenance department and move it over to the town side and have them take care of all the buildings and leave education to the superintendent and the school. That proposal was not passed, it was defeated. A couple of years later, at the time, President Sylvia, made the same proposal, only he included the finance department and human resources. Now that was back in 2017, 18, 3 years, and that hasn't been done yet. If that was done, it was approved, the council approved that proposal. If it was done, we probably wouldn't be having this problem today, because we would exactly know what was going on. We found out that after the school department budget and the town budget was passed in 2011, 12, we found out from our finance department, at the time, the director, Lynn Dibble, that the school department purchased $1.1 million in computers. And that purchase was not in the budget. So if anybody thinks that the council is looking behind every nit and cranny, they have a reason. So I would suggest that the council follow through on that proposal that was passed by the council and ask Mr. Brown to, in maybe 6 months, come up with a proposal to move the finance director, the resource director, and maintenance over to the town side, and let the school department deal strictly with educating our children. Because according to the records that I have, they're not doing a good job. We are ranked 31 out of 60 districts. Math test scores, 33%, and the state was 30%. Graduation rate was, in 18-19,
1819.
Yeah, school year 18,
2018,
2017,
2008,
That's what Teresa
2018,
went to
2019 was 80 to 84%. That was a reduction in 5 years from 89%. So they're not doing a good job educating our kids.
I'm not going to dispute your numbers,
I know.
but there's
what
only,
I'm-
there's
but what
only
I'm
39
saying-
cities and
what I'm-
towns, there's not
what I'm-
60
what I'm
schools.
saying- What I'm asking,
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. All right,
yeah, the
let's,
more that.
let's just,
What I'm proposing is
Okay.
that this council do what was passed, and move maintenance, finance, and human resources to the town side, and let the education be left up to the school department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sean, is there anything else anything else any of the councils want to add? No. Listen,
Work with Mrs. Crater to make sure we address the 21 data, and if we need the attorney to get involved, we'll do that. And Mark and myself will continue to work with the school business office to make sure we are working towards resolving any issues for 22. I'll bring those immediately to your attention during January. When really the budget process starts with the revenue conference.
okay. Is there anything pressing tonight, Heather, that needs?
Mark has item.
The audit extension, the next item that was on.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
I have a question for Mark, if I may.
Hang on one sec. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to speak to, okay.
Well, I'm going to read, what's your question
My
about?
question is to this audit report.
I have to read it in.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Where are we?
11.
Number 11, memorandum of finance director through town administrator in reference to audit extension.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second,
Discussion.
Mr. Mock, is this the first time that we have been, that we have asked that the audit, for an audit extension in
For-
your
for
capacity as finance director?
For fiscal year 2021, yes, we have asked in prior years for the extension.
We have had?
Yes.
We've had, okay, thank you, that's all I needed to know.
Okay, any further discussion? You don't need, we're just receiving it?
Just
And
receiving
letting,
it.
you're notifying us?
Questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
okay.
Do we have to make a motion to continue items?
We'll continue these to the next meeting. Yeah.
and save the paperwork for the
Yeah,
next meeting.
Yeah,
Does that require a motion?
yeah. No.
Motion to what?
Necessary?
No. Hey, thanks for your patience. I appreciate it, all right?
Well, you certainly didn't have any.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Wendy, you don't have to
No,
make
you're right.
copies. I hope
No.
everybody's going to save their copies.
It was all.
Wendy, I want copies. Right?